Hey, hey. How are you guys today? How are y'all today? How are you guys? How are you guys? Hey, I've missed you all. Missed you so much. I hope you guys are having a great, I almost said Monday. Today is not Monday. Today is Tuesday, but it feels like a Monday. Feels like a Monday to me. It really, really does. How are you guys? Hey, Lauren. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, QB. QB says, do all the YouTube things, please, and thank you. I would love it if you guys would give the video a thumbs up. It really, really helps a lot, a lot. Hey, Henny. Hi. Hey, Spins. Yeah, I hope you all had a great weekend too. A long weekend. Hey, Sherry. Hello. Hey, Kel. Hello, hello. Hey, Gail. Yeah, I missed y'all bunches too. I missed you guys all bunches, bunches, bunches. We had a very, very busy end of the week. And yeah, we had an excellent Friday. Friday was such a good day. Friday was such a good day. I did miss you guys though. I missed you guys a lot. And I did get caught up with Higgins over the weekend. I got caught up with that. That was crazy pants. Did you guys have a good Memorial Day weekend though? Hey, Margaret. Hello, hello, hello. Did you guys have a good Memorial Day weekend? Did you do anything? Did you guys do anything for the long weekend? Thank you, Lauren. Thank you. Let's see. QB said some crazy chick took over your channel Friday. That was funny. That was fun. That was funny though. Listening back, I was hearing QB's y'alls. And I was dying inside. I was like, oh my God. That was so good. So good. Thank you guys for being good to QB while she was the hostess with the mostest on Monday or Friday. And thank you for that as well, QB. I appreciate you so much for doing that, for taking over. You did an amazing job. You did an amazing job. Thank you so much. You rock. You're awesome sauce. Margaret said, I had a nice weekend, went out to the National Cemetery to visit my dad, and the flags and decorations were wonderful. Oh, that's sweet. They usually always have all the cemeteries decked out, right? Very cool. Gail says, Jenny, what did you think of the testimony last week? My mouth dropped. My jaw hit the floor probably 7 times. Oh my God. My mouth hit the floor many times. The whole that whole thing with him Okay, so here's something that I mentioned. Do you guys remember when Brian Albert was on the stand and they were talking about him um, destroying his phone? Because what he said was that he upgraded, and he upgrades the day before he receives the order to not destroy his phone in September. Like, I can't remember the September, like 28th or 29th or something. Well, whatever day he gets that order, the day before is when he gets rid of his phone. Upgrades, right? Mm. How how exactly, QB, how convenient, how coincidental is it that Brian Higgins did the same thing? Upgraded his phone the day before he gets the order to not destroy his phone. So you're telling me it's a coincidence that they both decided on the same day to upgrade their phones. Go get a new phone. Hey, Jenny Trioli. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. How are you, Jenny? September 29th. Okay. Spence says his lawyer comes up and I lost my mind, right? That was crazy. Do we think that the guy is going to have any? Do we think that there's going to be federal charges brought against him for all that business? For, using federal resources inside of a federal building for personal use? And not to mention he dumps his trash on federal property as well. I mean, you know. Oh yeah, QB. Jenny said I have no less than 10 old phones in drawers, boxes, storage. They could track me forever. Same. Like, I never get rid of my phones. And I guarantee you, if you go digging in their junk drawers, they're going to have all their old phones except for that one, right? We hang on to those phones and use them for like iPods to play music on, or, to store photos. We don't get rid of those. We hang on to them. We may not use them, but, like right now, my husband has one of his old iPhones that he just uses specifically for music. Um, QB said testimony today is pretty good. Margaret said I have all my old phones and a pager. Jenny said, I don't know, Jenny. If I'm being honest, I've used my work copier, shipping services, etc. forever, but it wasn't a federal crime in my right? Right? It's not like you were making copies of, I don't know, something incriminating, or shipping things that were incriminating that had to do with a friend of yours murder, you know? Margaret said I look like a dealer. Spins don't have any of her old phones. Patricia said I used to always get rid of my phones, but lately the trade-in deals have been good, so I send them in. Still have my old sidekick. Mm. And hot pink razor. Oh my god, I remember the razors. QB, yes. She said, Jenny, do you want to update everyone on why Karen Reed was at the bench and why Alan Jackson isn't there? Yes, yes, yes. Um, so, um, hold on, let me read this one too. Jenny says, true, but just using resources for personal gain, I'm guilty. I think that a lot of people would be, right? I mean, but oh, Patricia said I meant to say I used to never get rid of my phones. Okay. Gotcha. Um, what was it that they got from Adam Montgomery's? Didn't they get like $1 or $10 or something stupid for their cell phones when they turned them in at Walmart? Remember when they went to that like cell phone kiosk? Anyway, so thank you for the reminder, QB. Yes, apparently Karen Reed. Oh, let me turn my do not disturb on my phone. All right, so apparently on Friday, when Karen Reed went to the bench at the end of the day with her attorneys, the reason for that, they were having a discussion because apparently Alan Jackson had or has another trial that he is doing. And they couldn't change the dates. And so Karen had to like basically sign um agreeing to allow Yannetti to take over for Alan Jackson for the time being. And they have already scheduled the trial to be um, out this week, the rest of the remainder of the week, except for today, Tuesday. So they're hoping that whatever Alan Jackson's other trial court thing is going on can be finished up in the rest of this week. So that's what that was about. Um, I know, right, Lauren? We all like AJ. We all like AJ. Yes, Spence. Today is the only day for Karen Reed. They're going to be the court will not be in session the rest of the week. So it looks like we are going to be having a very light load this week with Daybell only specifically. And I, honest to goodness, don't know how long that's going to last because um, the prosecution is in their rebuttal. I mean, I know they got a few witnesses, but I don't know how long they expect their rebuttal to last. Jenny said, Alan Jackson is so powerful, but I like Yannetti too, my hometown Boston boy. Ah, I like Yannetti, but also he also at the same time gets on my nerves. I don't know what it is about him. Sometimes I'm just like, mm. He once he gets something in his head, he can't let it go, you know? But I do like him. It's just sometimes I'm like, okay, that's enough, Yannetti. Can we move on to the next? He is good today. I watched part of it. I didn't get to catch all of it, but I did watch part of it. So, here's the plan for today. We're gonna start with Karen Reed. Um, Higgins is back on the stand for a while after they finish with Higgins. Um, they shut down the live feed and no live tweets are allowed because the next people on the stand are the kids. Um, and by the kids, I mean Officer O'Keefe's niece and nephew that he had custody of, or whatever you want to call that. Um, and so they've already agreed to not live stream the kids' testimonies. So the feed is off, and I don't know how long their testimonies are going to last. So, we're going to start with Karen Reed. Um, get as far as we can get. I'm just going to do it on regular time and not speed it up. Um, and then hopefully they can get through the kids pretty quick, and get their next witness on the stand. Um, and then we'll play it by ear from there. As far as Daybill goes, I've got a stream scheduled for that. I just don't know if we're gonna get. I mean, I don't know. Today may just be a little bit of a winky wonky day, a little bit wonky donkey, because of the timing and stuff, you know. So, um, I mean, if the kids are gonna take a couple of hours, you know, I don't know what we'll do. I could potentially play it by ear and then see if we get to a point where hold on, I have to yawn. I was so sorry, you guys. Um we might get as far as we can get in Karen Reed, and then if the kids are taking longer than expected, then I could just shift lanes and share Daybell and just keep both Daybell and Reed in the same stream today. I'll just change the title so that it includes both. Um, so that the replay crew won't get confused on what they're watching, you know. Um, I just hate having to go back and forth. So, the point of bringing up the kids, right? I don't know what the point of bringing the nephew up. The niece, I can kind of understand because she has firsthand knowledge of what frame of mind Karen was in that night, you know? That's the only thing I can think of. Um, QB says there's no point for me, spins. But that's the only point that I can think of is that she's got the firsthand knowledge of what Karen was saying, what her frame of mind was that night, you know? Um, I don't know how old they are. That's a good question. I'm not sure. But are you guys ready to get started? Oh, I agree, QB. She says, I just don't think that their testimony offers enough for the damage it could cause to their psyche. Yeah, I get that. I understand that. 100%. Hmm. Oh, Jenny, I missed your comments. Jenny Trioli said, I think Yannetti might come off less bully to the jury, even though AJ makes my heart happy. He makes my heart happy too. I don't know. I really, 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 really like AJ. Um, but I don't know. I kind of get the like feeling whenever Yannetti gets on to a certain subject, a certain question that he's not getting his answer that he wants, he's like a dog with a bone. You know, he will not give it up until the judge forces him to. That's the only thing about him that gets on my nerves. And AJ is the same way, but AJ does it in a different way. I feel like. I don't know. He's just a little bit more smooth when it comes to that. Um, but AJ is a pit bull. So Margaret says, I'm going to go into work today. Work schmirk. Late today. It still feels like Monday. It does feel like Monday. Yeah. It does feel like Monday to me too. Um, all right. Let's get started with our trial for today. Like I said, we're starting with Karen Reed. Higgins is the first one on the stand. And here we go. Jim, counsel.
So can I see it sidebar?
Counsel at sidebar, literally the first 2 seconds. Right.
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unity for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. Good morning, jurors. Before
you are unmuted.
I just want to mention that Attorney Jackson is not here today. Please don't consider that in any way. Certainly don't hold it against Ms. Reed for him not being here. Just don't consider it at all in your deliberations. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here? Everyone said no. Thank you very much. All right, let's bring Mr. Higgins in, please. And Ms. Giannetti, you'll be taking over?
I will, Your Honor.
Okay.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case down here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sir, you provided to investigators what you claim were the complete text exchanges between yourself and Karen Reed and yourself and John O'Keefe, correct?
What I provided was the complete, I let them know that it was a complete exchange between myself and the defendant. And I said that I may have had other text strings at other times with Mr. O'Keefe.
I'm going to proceed to ask you a series of questions which call for a yes or no answer. Can we agree that you'll answer yes or no to those questions?
If I can answer yes or no to the best of my ability, I will.
All right, I'm going to keep the question very simple, sir. Okay? You did not provide to investigators any other text messages between you and anyone else.
That's correct.
In September of 2022, you were served with a preservation order for your phone, were you not?
Yes.
After September of 2022, you never received anything in writing that canceled or lifted that preservation order, correct?
That's correct.
After September of 2022, you made the decision to dispose of your phone without consulting anybody about the decision to throw out your phone, correct?
Yes.
Before you threw the phone away, you did a factory reset of it, did you not?
No, I did not.
Well, you previously testified that you testified in another proceeding on June 1st, correct, of 2023?
Yes.
Prior to that June 1st testimony, you met with some people and gave a statement on May 5th of 2023, did you not?
I did meet with them. I don't know if that was the date.
Okay. It was prior to June, correct?
Yes.
All right. May 5th doesn't sound wildly inaccurate, does it?
No.
And when you met with those people on or about May 5th, we'll say, or whatever date it was prior to June 1st of 2023, you told them that you did a factory reset of your phone ending in 5421. Did you not?
I don't recall that. No, I don't recall making that statement.
You don't recall what you said about the factory reset during that interview, we'll call it, in May of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Directing your attention to the first highlighted line there, sir.
Why don't you give him a second?
If you read that silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done. All right, may I approach?
Yes.
Having read that document, sir, does that refresh your memory about telling those people in May of 2023 that you did do a factory reset of your phone?
That's not accurate. I did not tell them that. And I also didn't tell them that I saved texts with my father.
All right, so your testimony is that they got it wrong, correct?
My testimony is I didn't make those statements.
Your testimony is that they got it wrong, yes or no?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, in any case, you took the SIM card out of your phone, correct?
No, what I testified to was that it's,
Did you take the SIM card out of your phone, yes or no?
I don't know.
Did you testify that that's what you do when you get rid of phones, sir?
What I said was that might have been the extent of it if I was to have done that.
And you either cut up the SIM card or ripped it up, correct?
I believe what I testified to was
I'm
I
not
would have
asking you what you testified to. I'm asking you today, did you either cut up the SIM card or rip it up?
cut it up or broke it.
And you will agree with me that cutting up or breaking the SIM card destroys the SIM card, does it not?
The card itself, yes.
That would have been the purpose in terms of cutting it up or ripping it up, to destroy it, correct?
Well, so nobody else could use the phone.
Well, that was my next question. But
In another
but
phone.
But the purpose of cutting up or ripping up or the SIM card is to destroy the SIM card, is it not?
Yes,
And you wanted to make sure that somebody couldn't put that SIM card in their phone and potentially access your data, correct?
no, that wouldn't be the reason why.
Okay. Well, we already talked about the fact that you testified under oath on June 1st of 2023, correct?
Yes,
And you were under oath when you were testifying on June 1st of 2023, correct?
yes,
You swore to tell the truth.
yes,
You raised your right hand.
that's correct.
And June of 2023, June 1st of 2023 was about a year ago, correct?
Yes,
It was about a year closer to your throwing your phone away, correct?
yes,
And in that testimony that you gave in June 1st of 2023, did you say the following, quote, "I made sure that somebody couldn't put it in their phone"?
yes, I did say that.
In fact, by either cutting up or ripping up your SIM card, you also knew that that SIM card couldn't be put back in your phone either, correct?
Yeah, I believe that would be correct.
And you'll agree with me that you took that destroyed SIM card and put it in a trash bag, did you not?
I believe it went in a trash bag, yes.
Well, you used a passive voice. It went in a trash bag. Did it fly out of your hand unexpectedly into a trash bag, sir?
No, sir, it would have been disposed of with the phone.
No, I understand, but are you reluctant to say that you put it in a trash bag, sir?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Are you reluctant to say that?
No, Your Honor, I put it in a trash bag. Oh, with my
And
trash.
then you also took your phone, now without the SIM card, and you put that in the trash bag too, did you not?
Yes, sir.
Then you drove to a military base and you threw both the destroyed SIM card and the phone into a dumpster, did you not?
Well, I was cutting through the base, and I believe how I
Did you
testified
drive to
was
a military base, sir?
I was cutting through a base,
Did
yes.
you drive to it?
Yes, sir.
And then you put both the destroyed SIM card and the phone itself, which were in a trash bag, into a dumpster on that military base, did you not?
I believe that's what I did, yes.
And as you were driving away, you knew that that destroyed SIM card and the phone would be gone forever, correct?
Yes, I threw it away.
And before you drove away, you did not transfer anything from your old phone to the new phone, correct?
That's correct.
You lost all of your photos on that phone, did you not?
Whatever photos I had on there, I did, yes.
You lost all your videos on that phone, did you not?
To the extent if I had any.
You lost all of your other text messages besides the ones that you had with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And you knew that you did have text messages on that old phone with Kevin Albert.
He's a friend, most likely.
You also had text messages on your phone with Nicole Albert.
Most likely, yes.
And you had text messages on your phone with Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was important to you that no one see those text exchanges that you had with those three members of the Albert family.
Objection.
I'll let him have it.
No, sir, that's not true.
You took no steps to preserve those text messages, did you?
That's correct.
You did not ask your friend Matt Kelch, the agent, to help you extract those text messages, did you?
That's correct.
And when you went to that machine, you did not extract them yourself, did you?
He walked me through it. I did do the extraction.
You did not extract the 3 strands of text messages with Nicole Albert, Kevin Albert, and Brian Albert to preserve from that machine, did you not?
No, I did not extract those.
So the only place you knew they existed was on your old phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The same phone that you put into a dumpster on a military base with a SIM card removed from the phone and destroyed, correct?
Well, I did throw the SIM card and the phone on the military base.
Right, and the SIM card was destroyed. You've already testified to
I
that.
said to the extent of if I did that, I would have done that.
And we're talking about the actual phone that would have had your text messages, again, with Brian, Nicole, and Calvin Albert, correct?
Yes, because the motion was denied.
Well, you've already testified, sir, earlier, that you never received anything in writing that either canceled or lifted the initial preservation order, correct?
That is correct.
You knew when you were throwing that phone and the destroyed SIM card in the dumpster that from that day forward, no one would ever be able to access the content of what you and Brian Albert had discussed by text messages on your old phone, correct?
Anybody.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
If I could take you back just for a moment to January 29th, early in the morning, you're pulling away from the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
You had the plow down in the front of your Jeep Wrangler, is that correct?
Initially, it was still on the ground, yes.
And about how long distance again was that on the ground before you pulled that up?
Maybe a foot.
And with relation to the curb, specifically in front of the area with the flagpole and the fire hydrant, how close to the curb were you when you were pulling away from the Albert house?
I believe I looked both ways. There was no vehicles coming in either direction. I pulled out into traffic, and because that's a one-lane road, if there's no other vehicles, I'd be more to the center of that road.
Now, maybe a silly question, but with reference to the front of your Jeep Wrangler, that didn't have any red plastic pieces or anything like that on the front of it, correct?
At what time? At what point?
At any time.
No.
And that's the same Jeep Wrangler that you then drove to the Canton Police Station immediately after?
Directly from there, yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler back to your home in West Roxbury?
Yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler back to Fairview Road later on that morning?
Yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station again later that morning, correct?
Yes.
Now, the text communications between yourself and Ms. Reed, again, who initiated those?
The defendant did.
And that was on January 12th, 2022, correct?
About 8:23 in the evening, I believe.
Now, with reference to that, what she claimed happened in Aruba, that was something that she mentioned to you via text, correct?
The incident itself, I believe, was through text, but I believe the actual location was when she had stopped by my place in West Roxbury.
But so that's to my point. So, sir, with regard to the incident itself, she referenced that both via text and in person to you as well.
Yes, that's correct.
And the kiss that she planted on you in the garage at Mr. O'Keefe's house, that was again something that she mentioned both in text and verbally in person. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as far as the ghosting that you were asked questions about last Friday, there were some text messages between you and the defendant on January 19th, correct?
What was the date? I'm sorry.
January 19th.
19th?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you recall if there were any text messages between you going either way, between yourself and the defendant between January 19th and January 23rd?
I think there were, not 100%.
Madam Mayor Pro?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 104A. Direct your attention to back there, specifically the back page, but a little bit before that. If you could just let me know whether or not there's any text messages between yourself and the defendant, Ms. Reed, between January 19th and January 23rd.
Yes, looks like the 19th and the 23rd, both text messages.
But in between those dates, and what I'm asking you about is January 20th, January 21st, January 22nd. There's no text messages on any of those dates, correct?
I don't see any.
And then as far as between January 23rd and January 28th, January 28th is when you texted her while you were both within the waterfall, correct?
On the 28th, yes.
So between the 23rd and the 28th, so on January 24th, January 25th, January 26th, January 27th, you didn't send any text messages to her, you didn't receive any from her, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
And then beyond that one text message that you testified to on the 28th, the next text message you received from the defendant was in regard to John being dead on the 29th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you're asked some questions about these text messages and whether or not you discussed them with various people. Did you discuss those text messages with anyone?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Why not, sir?
To be honest with you, I mean, on a personal level, I kind of keep things to myself. I was a little embarrassed. Wasn't really proud of them. Kind of maybe didn't show me in a good light with respects that I was John's friend.
And so with regard to that text on January 28th that you had sent her in the waterfall, she didn't respond as she was in the waterfall with her boyfriend, Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
You think it didn't look good?
Now, if the defendant
You
did
think?
not have a boyfriend, wasn't dating Mr. O'Keefe, would you have been interested in pursuing anything further with the defendant?
I can't say. I don't know.
What, if any, reservations would you have based on the conversations that you had?
Just everything was so out of left field. I just found it hard to believe.
Now, with reference to going to the Canton Police Station after Fairview Road and moving the vehicles around, which is closer to the Canton Police Station? Your home in West Roxbury or the home on Fairview Road?
The home on Fairview Road would be.
And with the impending weather, why was it that you went to the Canton Police Station to move vehicles around on that occasion?
Because as I stated before, if I didn't do it then, I would have had to come back in the morning. And I knew the weather was going to be getting worse. I knew that I had a long day. I had been in New York. I had been out the night before in New York, and I just thought it was best to get them moved at that point.
Now, you were asked some questions on Friday about a phone call or something in a call log from about 2 o'clock or 2:22 in the morning of January 29th. Do you recall that?
I recall the questions, yes.
And you have an iPhone, or you had an iPhone, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you make a call on an iPhone, as you sort of place that call, you hit the button, there's sort of a timer that comes up and it starts counting off seconds as the call is being connected, correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
And so seconds are ticking off while the call is being connected, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And if a call is connected, then it starts ringing, and unless someone picks up immediately, there are further seconds that are ticking off on an iPhone while that call is ringing through, correct?
I believe so.
The objection sustained is to the phone.
You were asked some questions about a call or a call back between yourself and Brian Albert around that time frame. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were trying to explain sort of what your answers were in that prior proceeding in reference to, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything else, did you want to explain to the jury in regard to that?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain.
You were asked some specific points as far as your testimony in prior proceeding, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything else, would you say in reference to that in prior proceeding?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form, Mr. Lawler.
Did you ever speak with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning on January 29th?
No, I did not.
Do you recall making a call or receiving a call from Brian Albert around that time?
No, I do not.
You were asked some questions on Friday regarding key card access within the Canton Police Station, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that door that you utilized, you would testify on Friday that you would sort of park down towards the back and then come in through the Sallyport area, is that correct?
So I believe I was referring to one of the two Sallyport doors.
And that was sort of your cut through in order to get to your office.
Yes.
Now, with reference to that particular area, as far as going in and out from the parking lot of the Sallyport, does the key card, you have to swipe a key card in order to go in and to go out?
So sometimes if you're close to the door, maybe having a conversation with somebody, it could activate the key card itself. But physically, if I'm going into the door, I would take it out and I would swipe it. I would hold it to the card reader. Some are more sensitive than others, is what I'm trying to say.
And similar to when you're going in, when you're going out, does that require sort of swiping or using the key card in order to go outside?
So there are some doors that you need to swipe out of, and I believe the booking room and the Sallyport itself are doors such as those.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll show you a document to place one before now. If you could just take a look at that and look up when you finish. You recognize that, sir?
Yes.
Is that the same document that was essentially the same document that was placed before you on Friday?
Yes.
And that's a 167-page document encapsulating different key swipes within the Canton Police Station on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And from those 167 pages, at least on that first page, does there appear to be about 27 entries there?
Yes.
And so from 27 entries over a course of 167 pages, that'd be somewhere north of 4,500 entries within those 167 pages. Does that sound right?
Well, I went to public high school, but I'll take your word for it.
Would it surprise you that there are 18 entries within those 4,500?
So not what would surprise him. Ask the question differently, Mr. Lawler.
You know that there are 18 entries that contain your name within those records? Objection. Form of the question.
No, I'll allow them.
Are you asking me if in the 167 pages, there's only 18 entries with me?
Yes.
I did not know that, no.
Would that surprise you as far as your, well, let me rephrase that. Now, with respect to your travels around Canton Police Station on that particular day, would you quarrel with 18 entries as far as where you went and what you did in Canton PD that day?
No, in and out, nope.
Now, sir, with respect to your phone, you were provided notification in regard to a preservation order in regard to your phone sometime in September of 2022, correct?
I received a subpoena on September 30th, 2022.
And that was in regard to a hearing at which counsel for the defendant was seeking your physical phone as evidence, correct?
Yes.
And is it your understanding, or were you informed after that date, sometime in early October of 2022, that that motion had been denied?
So I believe it was October 21st of that year, I was made aware that that was denied on actually October 5th.
Are you aware of a 30-day period by which a defendant has to file some sort of notice?
Have an
of appeal?
amazing day, Kel. Love you,
I'll allow that.
friend.
I know typically there's appeal periods. In this particular sense, I wasn't familiar with the preservation order itself. What a preservation order was with respects to, that was kind of all new to me. Usually in an investigation that I'm conducting, it's a search warrant, I take the phone. I don't ask people to preserve it through a court order, if that makes sense.
And so when was it that you disposed of your phone?
It would have been, it was about 2 months after that,
And why was it that you disposed of your phone?
because it was beaten, it was broken up, and I had already had a new phone, and I just, only explanation is I threw it away. That's it.
Now, beyond sort of this case, what, if anything else, was going on with reference to your personal phone that led you to want to get rid of it?
So in July of 2022, I had a target of an investigation I was working who alleged that he called me on my personal cell phone. And when I questioned him as to the fact how he obtained my personal telephone number, he told me that his girlfriend had obtained it off of open source internet, which I later confirmed that that number was out there.
What, if any, concerns did that raise for you, sir?
Well, I had a lot of concerns, and so July of 22 is when I probably started thinking about, you know what, I got to get rid of the telephone number itself.
And a lot of the work that you were doing, at least at that time, was undercover work. Is that correct?
Before this case right here, yes.
Now, as far as the SIM card that you're talking about, do you have any specific memory of doing anything with that SIM card?
No, and that's how I testified in that other hearing, that to the extent of what I would have done is I would have cut it up or broke it. And the concern would be that to my understanding, that's not holding any photos, that's not holding videos, that's not holding my contacts, it's holding phone information itself.
And as far as photos or videos or what, if anything like that, did you even have one?
I didn't have much in the sense that I'm divorced. I don't have kids. I didn't have the typical memories that somebody would have had on their phone that they wanted to preserve. They were more like the text messages with the defendant, where it would be a drink glass at a bar, food, something along those lines. I had more of a connection to my work phone and more of a value to my work phone than I did my personal phone.
Now, as far as that military base down the Cape, how often, let me ask you this, when you lived at the residence in Barnstable County, what would you do with your trash now?
Well, if I was going through and I had trash or some recycling, and I was either getting gas on the base or hitting the duty free, I would occasionally toss a bag of trash in one of the dumpsters there. Or if I forgot, I would throw it out when I got back to my other property. And at the time, at one point, I was living in Canton, and I had the house there, and then I sold it, and then I had the in-law I was renting, so I had other options to throw things away.
Do you have trash pickup at your residence in Barnstable?
No.
So if you were to throw away anything, any sort of trash, it would have to be either at the base or at one of your other homes.
It would be somewhere else.
And so with reference to the phone and the SIM card, if you even did you drive specifically to the base to throw your phone away, or were you throwing it away with other trash?
It was just with other trash.
You were shown some call logs or some toll records or something to that effect last Friday with respect to calls that you had made or received around January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that anything that you had specifically preserved and given to the troopers, or that was something that someone was able to obtain even without your phone or without your SIM card, correct?
That's correct.
I approach this to retrieve now.
Yes.
One moment, Charlie.
Yes.
Sir, going back to January 29, pulling away from the residence on Fairview Road. You didn't see anything on the side of the road, is that correct?
Absolutely not, no.
And what is it that you would have done had you seen anything, or had you seen Mr. O'Keefe on the side of the road on January 29th?
I've spent my whole life between being a firefighter, working in the profession that I work now, being a tactical medic. If I had saw John O'Keefe on the side of the road, I would have done something to make a difference.
No further questions.
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think of Higgins' testimony? Poor mama. God love her heart. Oh. When I see that, like this mama here, it always brings me back to the reality of the situation, you know? Because it's easy for us to be all like, yeah, Higgins is a piece of dirt, or Higgins is that, and Karen Reed's this, and Brian Albert's that. But when you look at it, you know, that poor mama sitting there has lost 2 of her 3 children, you know? And then you look at these 2 here, mom and dad of Karen Reed, and their daughter is on trial for murder. You know, it's just, it's real life, man. Hey, Morgana Banana.
Sir, you testified that a prime motivator of you to get rid of your phone was a July 22nd call from a target of an investigation that you were working on.
I never said it was a prime motivator.
Was it a prime motivator?
No, what I testified to was the phone number was what I was concerned about primarily.
Right.
Didn't have anything to do with the phone.
Okay. You did not change your phone number on July 22nd, correct?
July of 2022? Is that what you mean?
The date that you received a call supposedly from a target of an investigation you were working on was July 22nd of which year?
So it was, I believe it was July 25th of 2022.
July
I was so
25th.
concerned that I reported it to my supervisor.
Right, but you did not change your phone number after that for quite a while, correct?
I believe it was September.
Okay. So for those months, you kept the same phone number and kept the same phone, correct?
I did.
And September happened to be the month that you received the preservation order from this court, correct?
September of 22, yes.
Right. Now, with regard to the text exchanges that you had with Karen Reed, you testified that you were embarrassed about them.
Well, I wasn't proud of them.
I think your word was embarrassed, correct?
I can agree to that. That's fair.
Well, you already testified to that, right?
I believe that
About
might have
5
been
minutes ago?
a word I used, yes.
And you also explained that you would keep things like that to yourself, correct?
That could be something, yes.
However, you would also agree with me that while they were going on, you told your boss about that text exchange, correct?
Well, I told her about the kiss.
Do you deny telling your boss about the texting that you were doing with Karen Reed?
I don't know if I specifically recall that, no.
But you don't deny it, sir, correct?
It's possible that I told her about that. I'm not going to deny it.
All right. And in any case, those text exchanges were preserved. You preserved those before disposing of your phone, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the other text exchanges that you did not preserve with the Alberts, including Brian Albert, are you familiar with the term consciousness of guilt, Mr. Higgins?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
Just one more thing. With regard to the date that you changed phone numbers on your phone, you would agree with me that was September 29th of 2022?
When I actually changed the phone number?
That's what I just asked.
Yeah, yes, I also got a new phone, yes.
Okay. September 29th of 2022, you changed your phone number and got a new phone. And then September 30th, the next day, you were served with the preservation order, correct?
I got the preservation order on the 30th, that's correct.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Higgins, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, who's your next witness?
May we approach?
Sure.
All right. Higgins is all done. Gail, the coincidences really just too much. The coincidence about the phone with the two Brians, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, both upgraded or got rid of their old phones, got new phones on the very same day with each other, which happened to be the day before they received the preservation order, which, hello, they're both in law enforcement. Like they didn't have a heads up that this preservation order was coming down on them, you know? That's why they got rid of them the day before they got the order, in my opinion. In my
First, we're going to
professional,
take a 10-minute recess.
You are unmuted.
in my professional, hold on a minute. I was trying to make a joke. And you guys were going on now. I was trying to say, in my professional opinion, as a professional trial watcher. That's all I am. A professional trial watcher. That's my opinion. Ay, ay, ay. He's saying thank God, right? Hey, Brenda. Hi, sweet girl. Brenda said, if the jury believes this crap, God help us all. Oof. QB said, more importantly, he had no info in writing that the order had been denied. Absolute right. Yep. All right. Let's get back to this, see what they say, because we're going to be zooming through here in a moment.
Thank you. You may be seated. Close to the side.
All right, so Mr. Lally, your next witness is a juvenile?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so there's a specific media order that there'll be no transmission of this testimony. Well, and by agreement of the parties, the child witness will be sitting in the courtroom, in the witness stand when the jury comes back in. And that's by agreement, Ms. Giannetti?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, so 10 o'clock or so we'll come back out?
Football rise.
All right.
So you're just gonna end.
Hey there.
So this is when they go to their break, and we are going to zoom through this. So the kids, both the nephew and niece of Officer John O'Keefe, took the stand. And I want to go back up and read in the comments what QB said from the information she gathered from what was testified to. And Morgana says, "Wee." Well, it don't look like they've ever came back. Oh, here they are. Here they are. Okay. So, real quick, let me go back up into the chat and see where were those comments. QB had, okay, here they are. So, QB said, here it says, from what I can tell, she was closer to the boy than the girl, talking about Karen Reed being closer to a relationship to the boy than the girl. The girl said that their relationship was toxic at times. Both kids testified that she did not have access to the Ring camera footage, and both testified that they fought at times. The girl also said John would walk away from arguments, but Karen would stay until he would talk to her about it. So that is what we have thus far. What's Brenda saying here? For my peeps who have heard my ranting about my neighbors and how the children are treating, prayers are especially needed to keep the power headed. The little 4-year-old wandered into an intersection, and the owner of the hair salon found her and called the cops. Oh my gosh. So someone of stature has gotten involved. May those babies finally get some help. Thank you for any prayers. Brenda, I'm so sorry, honey. And yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank goodness the little girl was, or the little 4-year-old was okay. Oh, it's so scary. QB said, my personal opinion is it will do more harm than good in the eyes of the jury. What they appeared to testify to is exactly what you would expect from 2 teenage kids with a stepmom. I personally don't think it was necessary. All right. Okay. So we are back, it looks like. So let's hit the play button and see what happens. see who's up next on the stand.
Thank you. Maybe seated for the back session.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Dr. Justin Rice to the stand.
Oh, yay, we have a doctor. Woohoo! 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 Now, this is where the exciting part's going to start. I don't know who the doctor is. I don't know if he's the doctor that was like in the emergency room the night that Officer O'Keefe or the morning Officer O'Keefe was in there, or if this is like a medical examiner or what he is, but I'm sure that they're probably going to get into the injuries from like the emergency room, what they witnessed whenever he was brought into the emergency room, because they worked on him, right? I don't know how long they worked on him, but they did work on him. So let's see. Okay, he's from Good Samaritan. Okay, good deal. Let's go.
Step right up and just watch step for me. Yep. May stand and face the clerk.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the underscript of the court and jury of the case down here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you. Sit this down.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Justin Rice, R-I-C-E. Is that what you asked me to spell?
And sir, that microphone in front of you, however you want to position that, it's flexible, so.
Too far away. Is that better?
That's perfect, thank you. And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm an emergency medicine physician.
And how long have you been doing that?
I finished my residency in 2008, so I've been attending since 2008.
And where is it that you work now?
My current employer is South Shore Health.
And how long have you been working for South Shore Health?
I started there in October of this past year, 2023.
And where did you work prior to that?
Before that, I had been full-time at Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And how long was it that you worked at Good Samaritan?
Let's see, I started at Good Samaritan in 2010.
Now, sir, if I could, I'd like to just talk a little bit about your educational background. Where did you go to school as far as your undergrad?
I went to undergraduate at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia.
And what, if any, degrees did you graduate from there?
I obtained a bachelor's of science in chemistry.
And following your graduation from there, where did you go to school after that?
So after that, I attended University of Virginia for medical school. Is that what you asked me? I'm sorry.
And following your graduation from medical school, where did you go after that?
Then I did a emergency medicine residency in Philadelphia at University of Pennsylvania.
And what is a residency, sir?
So residency is several years of training that's where doctors will specialize. For me in emergency medicine, some people choose to be surgeons, pediatricians. That's when more of the specialization, if you will, happens in medicine, medical training.
And how long was your residency?
It was 4 years.
And following your residency, where did you go from there?
So I, in 2008, finished residency. I worked for 2 years in Manassas, Virginia at Prince William Hospital. for 2 years.
And are you board certified?
I am by American Board of Emergency Medicine, yes.
And what is it that you're board certified in?
Specifically emergency medicine.
And when you use that term as far as board certification is concerned, what goes into that? What does that entail?
So when I obtained board certification, it was a two-step process where there was a written exam administered at one of the testing centers. And after you pass that, then there's an in-person oral exam, I guess is what they're called. And as where you've given like didactic or individual cases, assuming you pass that, then you're board certified.
And your board certification is up to date currently?
Yes.
Now, with reference to the time that you worked at Good Samaritan, as far as the emergency department is concerned, can you describe to the jury sort of what does the emergency department at Good Samaritan look like as far as staff, bedding, sort of layout, like describe that for the jury?
Sure. So at the time and currently, there's 36 treatment rooms in the main ER. A lot of hallway stretchers as well. There's also an express care kind of area, but for the purposes of this conversation, 36 beds in the main ER. Staffing wise, there'd be anywhere between 4 to 5 and 12 nurses. And for the purposes of this discussion, it would have been 2 docs on and probably one either nurse practitioner or physician assistant in the morning.
And as far as the morning, what I'm going to turn your attention to is the morning of January 29th, 2022. Were you working at the Good Samaritan on that day?
If that's the morning of this incident, then yes.
And is there a particular shift or what kind of hours would you be working around that time at Good Samaritan?
I'm pretty sure I started my shift at 6 a.m. that day. There was a 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. It was either 2 or 3 to, excuse me. It's either 6 to 2 or 6 to 3 p.m., but the shift would have started at 6 a.m. as I recall.
And on that date at Good Samaritan, do you recall becoming involved with a treatment of a patient by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. If you could just take a look at that and look up on your thing.
You want me to look through each page or just acknowledge that?
Just as far as, do you recognize what that document is?
Yes, of course.
And what do you recognize that to be?
So it looks like is a transcription or a copy of the medical chart that I would have produced or dictated. And on the front page is also it's called like a code sheet, which the nurses would have put together and I would have signed off on, detailing what resuscitative efforts, as in the specific details and timing of the resuscitative efforts that were performed on Mr. O'Keefe's behalf.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness hold on to that during the court's testimony?
Yes.
And Your Honor, what I would seek to introduce in a minute, the next exhibit would be a redacted copy of those same records.
Okay. Is there any objection?
Your Honor, if we could just review those. Your Honor, if we could approach.
Okay.
Okay, wonder what the sidebar is about. This doctor, he it seems like he doesn't want to be there, which would anybody want to be there? I get that. But he seems very uh, lackluster. I don't know. He's just like, yeah. I'm sitting here cross stitching also. So, side note, cross stitching is much more difficult with nails on than without nails on. Just saying. It took me forever to thread my needle. So, there's that. I don't really want to speed through this sidebar because we're getting close to being in real time. And
Here you go, Doctor.
they're
This
back.
is-
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Lally, I'll let you hold on to what's been marked SS for identification.
Now, Dr. Rice, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, about what time did he come into your facility at Good Samaritan?
Would you like me to look at the chart here? Let's see.
If you can't remember things and you need to reference the chart, you can do that, Doctor.
Okay, thanks. So it looks like, based on the code sheet, first line starting at 0647, so I'll say 6:47 a.m.
And as far as his presentation, Mr. O'Keefe's presentation, when he came into the emergency department, how would you describe his presentation upon his arrival?
So he would have been, well, he was unresponsive and intubated, as in with a breathing tube into his airway via his mouth.
And as he came into the emergency department, what, if anything, was fixed to him in regard to CPR or other resuscitative efforts?
So he would have had CPR in progress. And also someone would have been ventilating his lungs via the endotracheal tube.
Now, there's mention within that record as far as a cardiac arrest, is that correct?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't understand what you're asking me.
So let me just ask, you're familiar with the term cardiac arrest?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury, based on your training and experience, what your understanding of that term is?
Sure. So as in he arrived with in cardiac arrest, which by definition means that his heart was not autonomously or independently pumping blood, or in his case, without electrical activity as well of the heart.
And are you familiar with another term called perfusion?
Yes.
And can you explain what perfusion is and how that relates to the condition of cardiac arrest?
Sure. So, for example, you and I right now, because our heart is autonomously, pumping blood, the heart is the pump and responsible for pushing blood throughout your body, therefore perfusing your body. In a scenario like this, where a patient is in cardiac arrest or asystole, or as in not having any electrical activity in his heart or mechanical activity of his heart, the perfusion that is happening is by CPR, as in the chest being pushed upon indirectly is, you call it maybe indirectly pumping or moving blood flow. So there is perfusion, but in a significantly limited compared to someone not in cardiac arrest.
And as far as that perfusion process is concerned, what, if any, relation does that have to the organs within the body?
Well, so, if your perfusion is limited, then your organs are not getting the normal amount of blood flow and therefore oxygen and all the other nutrients that your blood's providing. So your organs will begin the process of failure.
You use the term in there as far as asystole. Could you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Sure. So asystole would be when you put the electrical leads on a patient's heart. The complete absence of intrinsic electrical activity from the heart would be asystole. So as in not having any observable or detectable electrical activity would be asystole.
Now, as far as these conditions, as far as cardiac arrest and asystole, what, if any, concerns does that raise from a diagnostic perspective in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
I guess your question with respect to it from a diagnostic perspective, I don't know exactly what you're asking me there.
Let me rephrase that. So with regard to those conditions that are observed and noted within the medical chart from Mr. O'Keefe that you have before you, how would that relate to his condition or sort of how he's presenting and what, if anything, you're doing treatment-wise?
Well, so even with good CPR, the perfusion of the brain, for example, and this is what I think about frequently during resuscitative efforts like this, as in, I couldn't tell you an exact time, but there's a certain, without perfusion of the brain for a certain amount of time, you're limited with respect to, well, the concern is that the patient, even if you resuscitate their body, that there's potentially going to be brain death or anoxia or lack of oxygen to the brain and a poor outcome with respect to neurological outcome.
Now, as far as the resuscitative efforts are concerned, is there any sort of standard sort of resuscitative protocols that would be undergone with someone who presents as Mr. O'Keefe did?
Yes.
And can you explain what those are?
So, in broad terms, there's ACLS, which is Advanced Cardiac Life Support. That's an algorithm that through medical training, I've learned and is frequently, the algorithm can be adjusted. There's also a TLS for trauma patients. So there's an algorithm there with respect to resuscitation or guidelines, I guess, with respect to resuscitation.
And within those sort of guidelines or protocols, are you familiar with a medication called epinephrine?
Yes.
And how would epinephrine play into sort of the treatment or the diagnosis of Mr. O'Keefe?
So, in the time that I've been practicing, epinephrine is probably the only medication or drug that has persistently been in the ACLS pathway. It's adrenaline. So the idea is loosely that you're attempting to affect upon the heart itself more squeeze, as in more pressure, and also to increase the potential, or if there is electrical activity, to increase the amplitude of that electrical function at the cellular level.
Now, in addition to the cardiac arrest and the asystole, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, presentation did he have related to hypothermia?
So I know his initial temperature was low. I'd have to I was going to say I'd have to look, but I can see here that the nursing wrote in their notes that his I see T equals 80.1 R. So I interpret that to be his temperature was 80.1 degrees by rectal temperature.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of your understanding as far as hypothermia, what is it and how does that present itself?
So, as it pertains to this case, there's a few ways to get hypothermic. If I at 12:20 were to have a cardiac arrest right now and stop perfusing, my current temperature of, my current temperature, I'm guessing, is 98.6, right? The normal temperature. Without perfusion, the body will lose, or excuse me, the core temperature will decrease over time. The specifics of that I couldn't, or beyond my knowledge and training, but does that answer your question?
Yes. And so as far as hypothermia is concerned, is there a certain sort of baseline or what is sort of the typical temperature under which someone would be declared sort of hypothermic or treated as?
I don't know if I could give you a definition of medically what a quote diagnosis of hypothermia. I couldn't tell you a number. I can tell you that 80 qualifies as hypothermia, but I couldn't tell you a number under which that definition applies.
But the temperature that Mr. O'Keefe presented with certainly fits within those parameters. Is that correct?
Yes, 80 degrees is very cold.
And as far as resuscitative efforts as they pertain to the core body temperature or the low core body temperature of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, was done with relation to treatment of that?
Sure. So as the nursing note mentions, there's a bear hugger was applied. So that's a blanket that has warmed air being pumped through it. So that's a way of externally warming someone. He also, having reviewed the chart earlier, I don't see it right in front of me. Actually, I take that back. He had warm IV fluids running. So IV fluids not at room temperature, as in a warmer or an oven of sorts, would have been given to him via intravenous or central venous access.
And as far as the body temperature is concerned, what if any relationship does the body temperature have and the warming process have as to a declaration of deceased in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, so there's a goal in resuscitative medicine to attempt to rewarm a body. Loosely, the idea being that the heart, among other organs, will function better or function at all in a warmer environment. That's one goal of resuscitation. With him, as I recall, despite resuscitative efforts for approximately half an hour, there was not a significant warming of his core temperature.
And so, sir, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point, was he pronounced deceased by yourself?
Yes.
And do you see any indication within the chart as to what time that was?
Sure. I'll just need this moment here. According to my note, it looks like the time of death was, death declaration was 7:50 in the morning.
Is that 50 or 15?
50.
Now, as far as the observations that you made as far as a systole and the cardiac arrest, did that persist throughout the course of your treatment of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Now, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Let me just see that document.
Mhm.
Direct your attention to what's the fourth page in, bottom of it says 2 of 4, and I direct your attention to the top of that page. Do you see that?
Yes.
And as far as this is sort of a listing of observations or, well, let me ask you, can you describe what is listed at the top of that page there?
Sure. So this would have been the physical exam documentation of my note. So, with respect to the head, it says, excuse me, the first word is other, which I believe is a function of the computer system. As in, I typed in there right superior orbital ridge region, approximately 7 millimeter laceration, and then with surrounding soft tissue swelling / contusion.
So if I could just stop you there, as far as what you're talking about with the right superior orbital ridge region, could you explain to the jury or demonstrate to the jury?
Sure. So the orbital ridge is the bone above your eye that you can, like where your eyebrow is or should, would normally be.
And as far as the other sort of things that you noted over the course of your physical exam or review of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything else of note did you observe?
Well, according to my note, the only other kind of observations other than would be that he had breath sounds present bilaterally. I observed that he was pulseless. His abdominal exam was atraumatic on my chart, and then extremity exam or musculoskeletal exam, I wrote that he had superficial abrasions on the right forearm.
And from a medical perspective, when you use that term abrasion, so can you explain to the jury what you understand the term abrasions to mean?
Yeah, I use it as a medical synonym for scratches, if you will.
And under neuro or neurological, there's a listing as far as a GC3, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain what that is and what that means?
So GC is what I charted. What I intended to write there was GCS, which is a Glasgow Coma Scale, which is a scoring system to identify someone's level of consciousness or unresponsiveness.
And as far as the 3, where does the scale start? Where does it go to, and where does the 3 fit in?
So there's 3 components: verbal function, motor function, and eye or ocular function. And someone who's completely unresponsive, as in no motor, no verbal, and no eye movement or function, completely unresponsive, the lowest you can get on the scale is 3.
Thank you, sir. May I approach Sister Retreat?
Yes.
Now, later on over the course of that same morning, did you have occasion to become involved in the treatment of another patient by the name of Karen Reed?
Yes.
And may I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you another document, just ask you to look at that. To the extent you can recognize it and look up whenever you finish. In general, sir, do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Or what do you recognize it?
The first part I recognized would have been the medical record or medical note with respect to Miss Reed, who was also a patient that morning.
Thank you. Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit or redacted copy of those records.
Your Honor, no objections, subject to the redactions.
Exhibit 106. Thank you.
Now, sir, if you know, about what time was it that Ms. Reed came into the emergency department at Good Samaritan that morning?
I mean, I can tell you from this chart, it looks like that her, at least the first posted vital signs were from 7:51, 5:1 in the morning.
And
I
in
love
reference to Ms.
I
Reed,
love
what
the
is it that
medical
she came
QB.
into Good Samaritan in regard to? Why is she there?
I'd have to review Daisy's note, so
Well, let me ask you this, sir. Was it in reference to section 12? Do you recall?
yes.
And with regard to section 12, patients that come in regard to that, what kind of involvement do you have, or who, if anyone, do you work with in regard to those types of patients?
Sure. So section 12, I would define as involuntary detention of a person, usually for a mental health concern, whether that's self-harm or harm to others, or if someone who's afflicted with a schizophrenia or psychosis, members of the public can bring someone to or the police or members of the public can bring someone to the hospital on a section 12, which again, involuntarily detains them for evaluation.
And in addition to yourself, is there other staff? You mentioned that there were.
So QB, I think her medical QB is in her element. If I remember correctly, she did, or maybe she was taken, I can't remember, to the emergency room for like suicide watch or something like that. So but yeah, I'm not 100% positive. I just think I remember hearing that. So
Physician's assistants or nurses that were working, how much involvement would you typically have with someone who comes in on that kind of prognosis or diagnosis?
I would say, to answer your question, my involvement is variable and dependent a lot of times on what that nurse practitioner or physician assistant feels like they need or want my involvement to be.
And what kind of involvement would you have as far as when someone comes in with that kind of issue? What is sort of the typical protocol or policies that your Good Samaritan would undergo with reference to that patient? What are you doing with reference to the patient when they arrive?
I'm sorry, I think I don't really understand what the question is.
No, understood. Let me rephrase that. So with regard to a patient coming in on a section 12, what happens with that person once they present in the ER?
So whether they're evaluated by me or a nurse practitioner or physician assistant, if that person feels like, based on their evaluation, that they need a mental health consult or evaluation, then they would have that initiated, as well as what we do for a lot of patients or all patients' vital signs, and sometimes blood work as well.
And when it comes to that sort of blood work, or say, as far as what's being done with someone who comes in with that kind of report, what is sort of being tested and what is being looked at as far as the blood work is concerned?
Well, there's a few reasons to get blood work, but in general, part of the evaluation is, with respect to the medical presentation, to make sure there's no medical emergencies present, in addition to whatever the mental health concern may be. There's also blood work drawn with respect to disposition, as far as some people, for example, it would be inappropriate to have a mental health evaluation if, for example, I were intoxicated on alcohol and my alcohol level were elevated, because I think the idea is that you're not getting, a true representation maybe of what's going on.
So am I correct in that someone presents and then there's like sort of you medically clear that person as far as any sort of injuries or anything like that first?
I wouldn't say first necessarily. I think a lot of times these processes happen in parallel.
So in parallel, you have the medical clearance and then sort of psychological clearance as well?
Sometimes, yes.
And then sort of involved in both of those, there would be blood drawn and reference to the section 12 as far as a typical one would be looking for sort of alcohol and drugs of abuse, things of that nature.
I mean, I'm hesitant to answer yes because of the word typical, because I wouldn't say there's really a typical presentation with respect to mental health presentations in the ER.
And from your memory and or your review of the chart, was that done as far as the blood work done with regard to Ms. Reed on this date?
Are you asking me if blood work was drawn?
Yes.
I believe so. I have to double check. So yes, it looks like there was blood work drawn.
And among the things that were tested within the facility, within Good Samaritan, was the alcohol screen. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the result of that alcohol screen that's contained within those records?
Do I answer or no?
Yes.
So it looks like 93.93. I'd have to maybe look deeper in the chart to tell you the units of that measurement. I don't want to guess. So but to answer your question, 93.
Can I approach this briefly on?
Yes.
I just.
What was 93? Sorry, I had to stop for I had to get up for a minute because Poppy was doing her uh, short snout nose dog can't breathe thing for a minute, so I had to like assist her. So yeah, I missed what that question was. What was 93? I don't know.
Yeah, it's a top portion of that.
Sure.
Do you see the units that 93 pertains to contained within that record, sir?
So yes, it looks like it's milligrams per deciliter.
Thank you, sir. May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Little?
Good afternoon.
Hi.
You testified that you treated Ms. Reed when she arrived at the hospital on January 29th, correct?
I don't know if I testified that I treated her, but I was involved in her care, yes.
You actually wrote the reports regarding her care, correct?
That is not correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the report?
The report, I believe we're talking about the note, the emergency room note was written by a nurse practitioner.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at some additional reports from January 29th?
Sounds like you want to show me some reports, so sure.
Oh my God. Why did he get all hateful like all of a sudden? He went straight to the defensive, man.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yep, okay.
Is your recollection refreshed? Do you recall treating Ms. Reed on January 29th?
I do not.
Do you recall writing a report that has your name, Justin Rice, on it from January 29th?
No, it depends what you define report as. To best answer your, well, do I recall writing this note? No. Is that what your question was?
So is it your testimony that do you recall treating Ms. Reed at all?
No, I don't.
Do you recall actually ordering her blood in this case?
No,
Do you recall sending it out to the labs at all?
no,
As you sit here today, you don't know who collected the blood?
that's correct.
You don't know who packaged the blood?
That would also be a fair assessment, yes.
And you don't know who submitted that to the lab?
Correct.
And it wasn't you, correct?
I can confidently say that I did not collect blood work. Yeah, I did not do that.
Okay. You testified that you treated Mr. O'Keefe upon arrival on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Did a firefighter ever approach you on the morning of January 29th and tell you that he had information suggesting that the victim had been struck by a vehicle?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I do not.
So if a firefighter indicated that he informed you that he had information suggesting that Mr. O'Keefe had been in some sort of vehicular accident, that's something that you would have included in your report, correct?
I don't know if that's a fair assumption.
But as you sit here today, you have no recollection whatsoever, of anyone telling you that the victim had appeared to be in some sort of car accident, correct?
Well, I think, I don't have it in front of me, but I think my note that I prepared for Mr. O'Keefe states that per EMS for.
Sorry, what was that?
Dr. Rice, you have no record. Apologies.
So I don't think he finished his answer.
So I think that what I was trying to say, right, was that on my note, it says per EMS report. So one of the medics, as in one of the folks on the ambulance who brought Mr. O'Keefe in, again, I'm not right in front of my note, but as I recall, it said something to the effect of per EMS report, the patient may have been struck by a vehicle.
Well, can I show you a copy of that report?
Please.
I'll ask the question. Is your recollection
course.
refresh?
Yes,
Is there anywhere on that report that says that the patient came in and there was a statement by EMS that the victim appeared to have been struck by a vehicle?
just give me a moment to read through the. So no, there is not.
In fact, there's no mention of a vehicle whatsoever, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Rice, did you observe Mr. O'Keefe's injuries when he arrived at the hospital that morning?
I guess you'd have to define what observe injuries means.
Well, during the course of your treatment, did you inspect him for injuries?
So, yes,
You testified that you observed certain abrasions and scratches on his right arm, correct?
yes,
Aside from his injuries to his right arm, and I believe you described sort of laceration above his eye,
hmm
John O'Keefe did not have a single other injury on his body from the neck down, correct?
I don't know if that's fair to say.
Well, you didn't report a single injury to his shoulders, correct?
Correct,
You did not report a single injury to his chest, correct?
correct,
You did not report a single injury to his torso, correct?
correct,
You did not report a single injury to his back, correct?
correct,
You also did not report a single injury to his ribs, correct?
correct,
No injury to his hips, right?
correct,
You observed no injury to his knees, correct?
I reported no injuries to his knees, correct,
No injuries to his shins, correct?
correct,
No injuries to his ankles, right?
correct,
And no injuries to his feet.
correct.
From the neck down, he did not have a single broken bone, right?
I don't know if that's a fair assessment or statement.
You certainly didn't notate in your report that he had any broken bones from the neck down, correct?
No, I did not. I'd happy to explain that, but to answer your question, no, I did not.
You did not report a single fracture from the neck down, correct?
I did not report a single fracture, correct.
The injuries that you testified to today were that he had sort of a laceration above his eyelid, correct?
The injuries that I testified to today, correct, yes.
And the scratches on his right arm.
On the right forearm, yes.
No further questions. Okay, Mr. Lally?
Dr. Rice, with reference to fractures or broken bones,
Can you explain sort of why that may not have been noted or why that wasn't included within the chart?
Sure, yeah, I'd like to. So with a patient like Mr. O'Keefe who came in, the focus of myself and the team of physician assistant, nurse practitioner, and nurses, whoever was helping in a case like this, the focus is in core resuscitative medicine, of securing an airway, making sure he has a breathing tube in, making sure that the CPR is being applied the right pressure to the right place, making sure that the core resuscitative elements of medicine are happening, unless as in the mind can only focus on so much. So I think in cases like this, because the attention is on resuscitation of someone's heartbeat, their life, there's less focus on injuries or observations that don't coincide with the resuscitation effort or not pertinent to that resuscitative effort, if that answers if that answers your question.
So in that vein, it's not like you're doing x-rays or a full skeletal survey or something like that.
No, we're not doing a full skeletal survey, no.
because you're more concerned with the fact that his body core temperature is 80, his heart isn't pumping blood, and he's pulsing, correct?
Correct, unless there was an extremity injury that would be pertinent to his resuscitation. If he had had a traumatic amputation, as in removal of a leg, for example, that would be pertinent to a resuscitation, but an otherwise intact extremity.
So what I think, okay, here's the thing, okay? And look at the screenshot I got. The screenshot or the screen um pause, if you will, is the perfect look on his face to describe his personality. Anyway, so Elizabeth Little, was talking about no broken bones, no broken ribs, no from the neck down. In other words, if he'd have been hit by a car, he would have potentially had broken ribs, a broken leg, a broken back, a broken this and that, right? Okay. Also, to um kind of set that in a little bit harder for me, if I was a jury member, I would think to myself, okay, if he would have been hit by a car, okay, let me put it this way. The fact that this doctor is talking about life-saving measures, not checking to see if he's got a broken, fractured bone in his foot or that his kneecap is cracked, right? Life-saving measures. If he had broken ribs or um broken bones that were like causing internal injuries, piercing, organs, those would need to be life-saving, right? Um, but because there was none of that, then that just goes again to prove that he probably was not hit by a car. Sorry, that was a very long version of what I was trying to say. But anyway, QB says they would have notated bruising. They may not have done x rays, but they would have noted them, especially if this was considered a homicide. Well, I mean, if part of your life saving measures of um, there wasn't a lot of blood loss, right? Um, they weren't having trouble getting air in to his lungs. So it's not like his lungs were not like his lungs were pierced from a splintered rib or something like that. That's what I'm getting at. Like, right. They would have done bare minimum chest x-rays, right? Yes, ma'am. Miss Huvier, Jelly Mae Huvier is hollering at me. So let's get back to this.
That is not necessarily within the realm of resuscitation.
Can I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention on the document, indicates discharge and clinical impression. If you could just read from that, look up when you finish. Read to yourself.
I'm sorry, what would you like me to read out loud?
So as far as the chart is concerned, as far as your clinical impression of Mr. O'Keefe, can you read sort of what you?
Sure, right. So I wrote clinical impression, cardiac arrest, comma, head trauma, comma, exposure to environmental cold.
I approach this to retrieve them.
Yes.
No further questions.
Anything further, Ms. Little?
No further questions.
All right, thank you, Doctor. You are all set.
Thanks.
rather than where it's 10 minutes of one, jurors, can we do an abbreviated lunch today so we can get as much of the testimony in as possible? So it's 10 minutes of one, why don't we come back here at 1:30? And can we go until 4:30 today? People seem to say yes. If that changes, just let Officer Delano or Officer Biden know. Okay, thank you. So we'll see you back here at 1:30.
All right, so the court, please.
You are muted.
You guys, this child of mine will not stop talking about SCHOOL. Okay. She has. When did you see Karen Reed just mouth the word wow to her family? Wow.
All right, so as far as the redactions that you think should be there, Ms. Little, and you perhaps don't, Mr. Lally, I don't know if the testimony opened the door any on some of what may or may not have been there. I don't have it in front of me. I haven't seen it. So the two of you talk, and if you're not in agreement, I would like a copy of both by 1:15 so that I can decide it before it goes in, and then it will be the next exhibit, either with or without the additional redactions. Okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All rise. Let's stand still.
All right, and we're back. She is QB. So we went there on Friday, you know.
Hey
Oh,
there,
hold
Karen
on.
Reed trial watchers. This is
Love you, Jesse Weber. So we went to the SCHOOL on Friday, you know, and she got to go into one of the rooms, and there was all kinds of like learny things, like 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 she's standing here, so I have to spell stuff like toys and all kinds of really cool things that she got to play with and look at and all the things. And now she literally is looking for the BUS outside. She wants to wear her BACK PACK. Jeez. It's the cutest thing. It's the cutest thing. She's so cute. Are you cute?
Yeah.
Yeah. She's so cute. All right. So we are going to scooch past here, but I think that they're taking like a 40-minute lunch break. So yeah, we're on lunch. We are on a break. Yeah, she's so ready. She's yeah. That's all she's talked about all weekend. She is. She is. Everybody's saying hi. Everybody on there is saying hi. Can you say hi to everybody? No thanks. Okay. You don't want to say hi to everybody yet. She is going to be a big girl, right, Morgana? Yes, QB. Yes, yes, yes. All right. She's nope. Nope. Not today. All right. Okay. So they're on a break. They said they would come back at what time did she say? 1:30, I think. So they would have a 40-minute break, and then they're going to 4:30. Brenda's behind. I love you, Brenda. Brenda's behind. She said, I swear he's slurring. Yeah, that He was very, very lackluster. But then as soon as Elizabeth Little comes in, he's like, "Excuse me? Whoa, Nelly." Right? He was not having that. Mm-mm. 1:30. Okay. Devicle's clavicle. Maybe he pulled shift last night. Well, I mean, very well could have. He did say he does. I don't know what he said his current job is, but he did say he doesn't work at good. Excuse me, Good Samaritan anymore. So he seems to be a day dweller. Hmm. At least he was on day shift that day. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't have that like good upbeat like bedside uh what do you call it? He doesn't have good bedside, is it manner or humor? Bedside manner, I think. Anyway, yeah, not so much. Not so much manner. Right, Morgana. Yeah. Why did I want to say humor? Because he's not humorous. There was not a funny bone in his body. Get it? Funny bone. Oh, Poppy, you good? All right. QB said he literally said head trauma and hypothermia. That doesn't scream that he was hit by a vehicle. Mm. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. That's a true story. That's a true story. Bedside manner. Yes, Sherry. Yeah. Mm. Mm-hmm. No notation of core trauma. Right. And that's what gets me is um the that's just what gets me is if you were hit by a vehicle enough to I don't know. The way for it to have hit his face, the way for his face to look like it did, um, in the context of being hit by a car, he would have had to have either one been like on his knees on the ground for his face to have hit the like front end of the car or the back end of the car or, you know. And then also the other way I can think of is if he had been hit hard enough that it buckled his knees and his face like went forward and hit the hood or the front of the back of the car, you know. But in that he would have sustained way more injuries if a car hit him going that fast, you know, to make his head fling forward. Um Patricia says he could have slipped and hit his head and died of hypothermia. Sherry said maybe the plow was raised and hit him in the face. I did think I saw something on Twitter this weekend and they were talking about the snow plow could have caused the injuries to his arm, but I don't know how. Yeah. I don't know how. Brenda said we will have to be here to pull you through the first few weeks, months. Oh, are you talking about when she goes to SCHOOL? Yeah, because it'll be hard on me. I'm not even lying. I'm gonna be like out of commission the first few days. I'll be like, I don't know if she's gonna be like crying because I'm leaving her, or is she gonna be like pushing me out the door like, bye, mom, you know? I don't know. I don't know. It's gonna be Weep City, that's true. QB said he could have slipped heading into the house. Hey, hey, Miss King. She'll be fine, you will not. True story. True story. Mm. Well, here's the thing, okay, with his head injuries. Okay, he sustained those massive face injuries. So he also had like a 1 to 2 inch gash on the back of his head. So it would have had, whatever happened, if it was a slipping and falling incident, he would have had to have fallen on his face, but then bounced and then fell on the back of his head. Because how are you going to naturally get those injuries to your face and then also to the back of your head, you know? Mm. Patricia said there's just so much room for reasonable doubt there that Karen did it. I think so too. Morgana says, but then you would think he would have been closer to the house when they found him. And how did he have injuries to the front and back of his head? Exactly. Yeah. QB said the eyes could be from a basal skull fracture. What's a basal skull fracture? Is that like, are you saying that the injuries to his eyes could have happened from being hit in the back of the head? He did. He did have the gash on his eyebrow. And then, oh, she said it's called raccoon eyes. Yeah. I don't know. Brenda thinks someone may have beat the crap out of him, that fighting dude. Well, that's kind of you know, QB said he had a cut on his eyebrow, could be from being hit or if he fell. Oh, I don't know. Oh, that's good hugs, baby. Good hugs, Jolie. Thank you. Mwah. Brian Sr. Mm. Okay, then how do you explain the arm? How do you explain the arm? Could it have been a situation where Chloe, the dog, gets let out to use the bathroom? She gets out of the gate. John's fallen in the front yard, split his brains out. He's laying there passed out. Could it be a situation where Chloe is trying to help John I mean, we're going all these different directions, right? Could it be a situation where Chloe's trying to help John and she finds him out there passed out in the snow and grabs him by the arm with her teeth and is trying to drag him to the house for help? I mean, is that a scenario? The theory? QB says, I don't buy that people inside the house were not involved. Too much lying going on. Morgana says, but then how did he have a gash, the back of his head? I'm confused. Right, that's what I'm saying, Morgana, is if he falls and hits his face, how does he get the gash to the back of the head? If he falls and hits his head, the back of his head, then how does he get the gash on his eyebrow? Mm. Brenda said that it went too far and none of them wanted to take the fall and no one ever liked the new girl, hence the setup. Lauren says it could be. I don't know. There have been those cases where the one punch kills the person, says Miss King. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. And I agree with who was it up there in the comments? Who was that? QB, yeah. That says too much lying involved, too much lying going on. And that's how I feel about it too. I keep going back to that, why would people lie so much? Unless it was the only reason I can think of anybody lying would be because they feel like they're going to be looked at anyway. And they're like, "Whoa, we have this dead guy in our yard." Um we don't know what happened, so let's just but it just doesn't make sense because especially a cop. I mean, especially if it's a cop's house. You're going to be like, this dude, we invited him over for the party and he never shows up. And next thing we know, he's dead out here in the yard. I'm like, what in the world? Patricia says, even if he was the clumsiest fella, I don't buy that he hit the front and back of his head and had a gash on his arm. It's just too much. But that doesn't point to Karen did it beyond reasonable doubt. Morgana said it's almost like someone was beating him up and he fell back and hit his head on exercise equipment, maybe. Yeah, Morgana is stuck on the Morgana really feels like something happened down in that basement and he hit his head on some exercise equipment. QB said, as far as I know, it was a closed head injury. If he fell backwards, that could cause the swelling to the eyes. If he was falling around because of the head injury, then he could have scratches to his eye and arm. I don't think that's what happened. I'm just trying to offer alternatives. Yeah. Miss King says he could have been punched and the dog came to help the family and bit John when he was on the ground. Jerry said they're a bunch of drunkards, right? A bunch of drunkards. QB says something happened in that basement. They could have been fighting and he fell back and hit a weight. Morgana says, yeah, I'm kind of stuck on that for sure. I know. But here's the thing. If nothing did happen and these group of cops are hiding all these things, I I just don't know why they would. I don't know. I can't make sense of it. I can't make sense of any of it. The dog could have jumped in during the fight. Hi, baby. They guilty of something. Yeah, that's kind of my thought is as much hiding and lying and covering up as they've done, they're hiding something, I feel like, allegedly, in my opinion. But it's only Karen that's getting called out on the drinking. Right? Patricia. Bunch of drunkards, allegedly, with the nerve to act like Karen was the only one. Doesn't excuse it, but come on. Even the ATF agent was moving police cars while trashed. And texting how long to die in the cold. No, Morgana, get it right. They were texting Hoss long to die in cold. Hoss long. The things like Jen's deletion of that how long to die in the cold at 2:27 a.m. or whatever it was, the deletion of that, but not the deletion of the same text Google searches at 6 a.m., that speaks volumes to me. The fact that the two Bryans ditched their phones the day before they got that preservation order speaks volumes to me. Right. Just happened to be driving through a military base and decided to innocently dispose of his trash. Searching how long T die on sick. Yeah, but the S and the W are right beside each other. She was nervous when she was searching it. Yep. If it was as the Commonwealth is saying, then the first search at 6:23 would have matched the one at 2:27. Yeah. Everybody needs a new phone at the same time, don't you know? Not the second one she did at 6:24. Yeah. Right. I don't know. Who do you think they're going to call next? Because that emergency room doctor is done. Okay, Maury has determined they a whole lie. They a whole crap. They a whole pack of liars, allegedly. A whole pack of lying drunkards, allegedly. Probably a nurse from the ER or PA. PA. What's a PA? Stage 4 diabetes. Oh my God. Oh, a physician's assistant. Okay. I was like, I don't know what a PA is. I was actually going to read that. Probably a nurse from the ER or Pennsylvania. They lie beaters. Sherry says, "Where's Mickey, Jor, and Steph?" I don't know. I don't know. What is that? I'm trying to think of the song. How does that song go? The Ghostbuster song. When there's something strange in your neighborhood, who you gonna call? Ghostbusters. There's a PA, a nurse practitioner, and another doctor on the list. Okay. Okay. And an RN from Good Samaritan. Okay. Dun-dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters. Oh, they're back. Good deal, because I'm about to wee-wee. I'm about to bust my bladder. All right, you guys, I'm gonna run to the bathroom and I'll be right back. If they happen to go to sidebar, just talk amongst yourselves in the chat. I'll be right back.
Thank you. Please be seated. Court is back in session.
All right, so your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Dr. Gary Fowler to the stand.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Gary Fowler, F as in Frank, A-L-L-E-R.
And sir, that microphone in front of you, you can move that any way you wish. So if you want to bring it up or down, just the wand itself. And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a pathologist.
And where is it that you work?
I work at Good Samaritan Medical Center.
And how long have you been working as a pathologist at Good Samaritan?
Since November of 2015.
Now, if I could ask you just a few questions about sort of your educational background, starting with your undergrad, where did you go to school and what, if anything, did you receive a degree in?
My undergraduate education, I went to Tufts University.
All right, so doctor, I'm going to ask you to put the microphone perhaps underneath your mouth and speak into it, because in order to keep this room cool, we need to have these fans going. If they can't compete with you, we'll have to turn them off, and I think everybody would prefer to have them on. So please speak loudly.
How am I now? Okay.
Perfect.
Okay. So Tufts University, undergraduate. I have a degree in biology. That was.
And after you received your degree in biology from Tufts, where did you go from
there? I went to Tufts Medical School in Boston for 4 years there.
And after you graduated from medical school, where did you go from there?
I went to a residency in pathology, anatomic and clinical pathology at Tufts Medical Center. So I stayed within the Tufts system. Okay.
And how long was that residency?
That residency was, at the time, pathology residency was 5 years. It's now 4 years, I believe, but it's a 5-year program. I finished the residency with chief of resident in pathology with my 5th year.
And then following your residency, where did you go for work?
In 1996, I finished residency, and my first job was at Kearney Hospital, beginning the end of June of 1996.
And how long did you work at the Kearney?
I'm still on medical staff at Kearney, so ever since I was transferred to help Good Samaritan Medical Center in 2015. My full-time job is at Good Samaritan now since 2015. But I still cover Kearney Hospital every now and then.
And are you board certified?
I am board certified in both anatomic and clinical pathology.
You've used that term, and just if you could explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is as far as pathology and sort of the difference between anatomic pathology and clinical pathology.
Sure. Pathology, there's two subspecialties, I guess, in pathology. One is anatomic pathology, which is basically if you, as a patient, go to a hospital or have a biopsy, or a tissue biopsy, or an excision, or anything like that, it comes to the pathology department, and an anatomic pathologist is responsible for making the diagnosis for that patient. So we abbreviate that as an AP, anatomic pathologist. So in residency, you can also train to become a clinical pathologist. And clinical pathologist is a pathologist who basically deals with, to put it simply, if you have a blood test that goes to that gets sent to the lab, we are essentially responsible for the quality and the safety of that blood test to help ensure the lab tests that are done on the specimens are accurate.
Now, with regard to your position at Good Samaritan, what is it that you do at Good Samaritan? What are your sort of duties and responsibilities in relation to that hospital?
I am the chief of pathologist at Good Samaritan Medical Center. I'm also the laboratory medical director. So my job at Good Samaritan is to ensure, quality of both the anatomic pathology side of things, as well as the clinical pathology side of things. Ultimately, my job is to help ensure that any laboratory report coming from Good Samaritan is accurate.
Now, the lab at Good Samaritan where the testing is done, is that accredited?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that accreditation means, who it's by, and sort of what goes into that accreditation process?
We are accredited by the College of American Pathologists. We abbreviate that as CAP, if I mention that later, just so you know. And the accreditation process, the CAP has been in business for 75 years or so. And they, according to their website, are the preeminent accrediting body for medical laboratories. So what that means is every 2 years, we have an in-depth laboratory survey. That's every 2 years. And there are over maybe 3,000 elements or checklist requirements that the CAP will look at in our lab, which ranges from anywhere, for quality, mainly quality control, making sure that we have enough staff members, just about anything that can affect a laboratory result. There is essentially a checklist requirement that we need to fulfill and pass. So that's every 2 years.
And is that accreditation, is that up to date as of now?
Yes, it is. We will be having another inspection. Our window opens in July, so it's coming up. We have a 3-month window where the CAP can come anytime unannounced. So
And was that accreditation up to date prior to January 29th, 2022? Now, as far as the clinical portion of the lab, what are some of the things that get tested as far as, what are some of the things that are tested for in the lab as far as blood work is concerned?
Many different things. When you, as probably all of you know, when you go to a hospital, you have your blood tested, and the physician is looking for different tests such as like a sodium, a potassium, a chloride, some basic tests that if they show abnormality, that could help them help the clinician make a diagnosis on you. So the most common things would be like a glucose, sodium, potassium, chloride, stuff like that.
Now, is there's some sort of like standard algorithm for things that are tested, or does it sort of dependent on the patient's presentation?
I think it's depends on the patient's presentation. There's no standard ordering test that one can order. So it depends mainly on what the doctor is thinking and his differential diagnosis. He will order, a variety of different tests. Some tests are pretty standard. When you go to a hospital, they might order, the test that I just talked about, a CBC. They want to look at your complete blood count.
Just a little louder, please.
Okay, sure. Things like that. Want to look at your hemoglobin, hematocrit, maybe sodium, potassium. Those are some of the really common tests that would get ordered in the hospital.
Now, as far as drugs of abuse, including alcohol, is that something that's dependent upon the presentation of a patient to your facility?
I think an alcohol test or drug of abuse test is not a routine type of order or test. It all depends on if the clinician or the primary care physician is suspecting could be drugs of abuse or alcohol on board, and they need to know if so to help treat the patient.
Now, would that also include sort of a patient that presents in regard to a mental health status or Section 12 drugs of abuse? Would that be somewhat standard in relation to testing or blood work that's done in relation to that kind of patient?
As far as Section 12, I do not know if there is a standing order for a routine ordering process for a patient that is admitted to Good Samaritan under Section 12. So I'm not sure.
Would that be abnormal, though, as far as doing a blood draw and testing for alcohol and someone presenting on Section 12?
I don't think so, no.
Now, with regard to a blood draw in Good Samaritan Hospital with reference to testing for alcohol specifically, what, if any, sort of policies or protocols are in place in reference to that type of blood draw?
I think a test for blood alcohol is the phlebotomist pretty much has to run through the same protocol that he or she needs to follow for any type of blood test, except for the fact that we do not want to use an alcohol swab to clean the area before the blood draw. In theory, if you use an alcohol swab and you're testing for alcohol, then you can, in theory, contaminate the blood sample with some of the residual fluid of the alcohol. Some people say if you let the alcohol swab dry for 30 seconds, it's not going to contaminate it, but we don't go by that process. We have it specifically in our policy never to use an alcohol swab when an alcohol test is ordered.
Now, in that vein, doctor, with reference to Good Samaritan emergency departments, what, if any, precautions have you or your facility taken in regard to those types of blood draws in testing for alcohol with regard to alcohol wipes being used?
My phlebotomy supervisor has removed essentially all, not 100%, but all of the alcohol swabs down in the emergency room. So a phlebotomist who perhaps could forget, which they shouldn't, because we have competency policies for them. So we have that in place where she's removed almost all of them so somebody can't mistakenly use a swab down in the emergency room.
Okay, so keep your voice up again, please, doctor, especially at the end of your sentences. Thank you.
And so, doctor, the removal of those alcohol wipes from the emergency department of Good Samaritan, does that predate January 29th, 2022?
It's been in place for a long time. Before that, there was a policy they would use betadine for swabbing, but that policy has been in place for a long time, and before that day of 2022.
You've spoken a little bit about, as far as phlebotomists working within Good Samaritan. If you could just explain to the jury sort of what is a phlebotomist and what is it that they do?
A phlebotomist is any person who is trained to draw your blood when you come to a hospital. So we come in, we train people to draw the blood.
And as far as with regard to phlebotomists at Good Samaritan, you mentioned that there's some proficiency testing or some protocols that they have to adhere to. Can you explain that a little bit more to the jury as far as what's involved in those?
So with anybody who works in the laboratory, per CAP checklist requirements and the government's requirements, there has to be competency policies and assessments on anybody who works in our laboratory, including phlebotomists. So any new phlebotomists, they get an initial training, and they'll get a training, and then they have to be assessed to make sure that they know what they need to do for their job, including knowledge of all policies. Then after that, after initial training, our competency policy states that we need to assess them again at 6 months. We do the same thing, make sure they know what they're doing. And then 6 months from that, so that's a year from when they started working for us, and then annually thereafter. So the CAP we have all these competency policies for everyone to make sure the lab technicians know what they're doing. We also have competency policies for pathologists as well. So it's all about making sure the final result is that comes from our lab is a good quality.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you two sets of documents. You can just look at those.
Okay.
And just in general, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
They're two of our policies that we have for Good Samaritan Medical Center, one for the phlebotomists, one for our laboratory technicians. The first one is a patient preparation for specimen collection policy, which defines our policy for drawing the blood for the phlebotomist. The second is an alcohol policy, which is one of, I don't know, thousands of policies that we have in the lab to describe how our policy for alcohol testing. Every laboratory test in our hospital has a separate policy.
Well, everything from hematocrit to sodium to potassium chloride has its own policy. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the policy you have before you, that's for alcohol testing?
Correct.
And those two policies that you have before you, were those policies, what was in place on January 29th, 2022?
Correct. Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Okay,
I'm going to seek to introduce in a minute the next two exhibits.
any objection?
No objection.
All right. So, Madam Court Reporter, I don't think we marked SS into evidence. Do we have that ready to go into evidence?
I don't believe so.
All right. So these instead, Madam Court Reporter, will be the next two exhibits. Thank you. And what is 107, Madam Court Reporter?
I believe 107 is in reference to, excuse me, I believe 107 is in reference to the alcohol testing, and 108 would be in reference to the sample collection.
All right, thank you.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm just showing you a document as far as some medical records. Are you familiar with those records?
Yes.
Those records are in relation to a patient named Karen Reed that visited the Good Samaritan on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to, may I approach again, Your Honor? Just
Yes.
Sure.
your attention to a previously tapped portion of those records. Do you see a result for alcohol within those records?
Mr. Lally, you have to keep your voice up when you're here as well.
Let me say it again, sir. Doctor, with reference to those records and the page that I've opened up to, do you see a record in regard to a lab result for alcohol testing with regard to Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And what is it reported as, sir?
It is reported at 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And is that, as far as milligrams per deciliter, is that a relatively standard way of reporting an alcohol result?
Yes, it is in our hospital systems.
Could you explain to the jury sort of milligram per deciliter what that reading means as far as the metric that's used there?
Well, it means 93 milligrams of alcohol per deciliter of the blood.
And as far as, if you could explain to the jury sort of the testing process or the protocols that are in place at the Good Samaritan, so the blood is drawn by the phlebotomist, and then what happens from there as far as the testing?
Okay, so
before you do that, Doctor, so we might have to turn off the fans, which we don't want to do. I really need you to keep your voice up so that the court officer over there, so that folks down there can hear you.
Okay, so at Good Samaritan, I can go through the process.
She's going to be like, if I have to tell you one more time, I'm going to find you in contempt of this court. He gets more mortified each and every time she tells him to speak up louder. And she told him at the very beginning, she's like, keep the microphone under your mouth. And like, if you look at him right now, it's above his mouth, under his nose holes. Okay.
The doctor will order the test in the emergency room. We have 2 phlebotomists down in the emergency room. That test will print out, the order will print out down in the emergency room. And it will print out a label for the blood tube. It will print out on that label the color of the blood tube to be ordered, and will also print out what on the label what is to be tested in our lab. So that order will be seen by our phlebotomists in the emergency room. They will then locate the patient and perform the venipuncture or the blood draw. And use the correct tube. They'll go through their process of the one of the most important processes in testing somebody's blood is accurate patient identification. So within our policy, we ask the patient to state his or her name, first and last name and date of birth. We have them say it out loud to make sure we have two forms of identification. Once that's confirmed, there's also a bracelet on the patient, so we'll match it up with a Good Samaritan ID number. So the first step is to make sure we have the correct patient. So then the phlebotomist has the order in front of her or him and uses the correct tube. Before drawing, they have to find the correct vein, a good vein for the patient, which is usually in the forearm antecubital fossa area. They will find that vein. They will cleanse the area with a non-alcohol swab, which in this case the order was for
All
alcohol.
right, so doctor, I'm sorry. I'm going to stop you. I think part of it is that you're saying so much and your voice is fine and then it drops and it's fine and then it
Okay.
drops. So Paul, can we turn the fans off, please? It's important that all the jurors hear everything you say, doctor.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so but speak into the
Okay, I'm
microphone.
going to bring it really close.
All right, this
So,
should be better with.
And hopefully you can turn it back on when I get better at this. So I'm sorry. It's hot. I'm hot too. One is we make sure that it's correct patient identification. We use the correct tube. We draw it. We don't use an alcohol swab. We use one that doesn't contain an alcohol in that. Then the phlebotomist will then put the labels on the tube or tubes in front of the patient, then bring it back to his or her area. Make sure they sign their name they initial their name on the tube, as well as the time. Then it will be put into a bag, and in the emergency room, it goes through a chute and it goes directly to our laboratory for testing. Once we get it, it's called receiving the blood work. A technician, lab tech in our lab will scan, there's a barcode on the label, they'll scan it, and that will document the time that we received it. They will also manually enter the name of the phlebotomist and the time of the blood draw, so we have accurate records of what we received and the time. Once that's done, it's entered into our system. And then the technician will decide what needs to go next. In this case of an alcohol test, we're using a green top tube, which has lithium heparin, has an anticoagulant in it. It's to prevent clotting. So we'll get that tube, and once it's entered, we will centrifuge it, and that is centrifuged for about 10 minutes or so, so that we can separate the layers of the blood. In the blood, when you first see blood, it's all red, and there's no separation of the elements. But within blood, there are red blood cells, there are white cells or inflammatory cells, and there's the liquid portion of the blood. So for alcohol testing, we there's an anticoagulant in it, and so we will centrifuge it to separate the different layers of the blood. The different layers, the red cells will go to the bottom, and the aqueous portion or the plasma portion will go to the top. And when we test for blood alcohol in our lab, we're testing the aqueous portion or the plasma portion of the blood. So that's why it's important for us to centrifuge it and separate the components. Once that is done, that takes about 10 minutes or so, maybe a little bit longer. Then that tube will be brought over to our machine, which is a Roche Cobas machine, and it will be put onto the machine, and that machine will test for the alcohol or whatever else is ordered on the patient. I think I covered everything.
Now, with regard to, you used the term a couple times as far as a centrifuge, can you describe to the jury sort of what that is and how that instrument works?
Sure. So when the tube that we take is a blood tube, and we want to test the aqueous plasma portion of the blood. And the only way to get that plasma portion, or the watery solution of the blood, is we put it in a centrifuge, which will spin the blood at a rapid rate, something like 3,300 RPMs or so, which is fast. And it will separate the blood into those three layers. Also in the tubes that we use is a gel that comes in the tube, and it nicely separates the red blood cell component from the water or aqueous plasma component, and keeps those two portions of the blood separate to make it easier for us to test on our machine.
Now, as far as the blood testing is concerned, is there a difference between sort of what's known as whole blood versus serum and plasma?
There is a difference. Whole blood is basically the whole blood. When somebody has a test drawn, and if we test something on the entire blood without separating it, that would be whole blood. If we say we're testing on plasma or serum, we're actually separating the components of the blood by the centrifuge process.
Which of the two, as far as serum plasma versus the whole bloods, which would record as far as a higher percentage of alcohol in the testing?
Alcohol, the answer would be plasma or serum would have a little bit higher blood alcohol content compared to whole blood.
As far as the separation that you're talking about, is there a specific area as far as the separation is concerned where alcohol tends to concentrate within?
Yes, alcohol tends to go into the more into the watery or the aqueous component of the blood. So when we like serum or plasma has a 98%, reportedly 98% water component. Whole blood, if you look at the whole blood overall, it has a lesser percentage. Some, if you look in the literature, it can be 86%, or there's a range. But so since alcohol tends to go to the watery components, if you measure alcohol like we do in hospitals on the serum or plasma, the value that we get will always be a little bit higher than total, than measuring on whole blood.
Aware of, through your training experience, sort of a conversion that can be done between sort of what's reported as testing from serum plasma to a whole blood counter?
In the hospital, we're pretty much in the business of, reporting alcohol, in serum or plasma, and we're not in the business of the legal, I guess, the legal aspects of alcohol testing, because alcohol, what I understand is the alcohol legal limit in Massachusetts is 0.08 grams per deciliter. We don't make any conversions in a hospital. We're not in that business to do that. We just report on the serum percentage or the plasma level, and we don't make any attempts to do any official conversion to a whole blood level. If we did, we'd have to validate, we'd have to do many studies, and we're just not in the business for that.
Yeah, I understand that's not how it's reported within your record or at your facility. What my question is, are you aware of a process by which you can sort of then mathematically convert from milligrams per deciliter to a gram?
I am aware of that. Recently, I had to read about it, but up until recently, I was not aware. I'm not in that. We're not in the business for whole blood. But there is a formula. I do know about it, and if one wants to convert a whole a serum or a plasma level to a whole blood, there are formulas that basically you need to. It's a simple formula, but there's varying opinions on which formula can be used.
Now, as far as this specific patient, the defendant, Ms. Reed, do you have any sense from the chart in front of you as far as sort of the timeline of when the blood was drawn to when it was tested and reported and things of that nature?
I think it was the order was 9:03 in the morning. 5 minutes later, the phlebotomist. It happened pretty fast. 5 minutes later, the phlebotomist got the labels printed. Then 5 minutes after that, they went in and drew it. It was very quickly. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but ultimately it was received in our lab, I think, 10 minutes after the order, the blood, very quickly. And then the final result, when the alcohol level was reported in the computer system, was, I think, 50 minutes from the time of the order.
May I approach?
Yes.
Okay.
And that lab results done pursuant to the testing and the policies and protocols and everything in the lab was 93 milligrams per deciliter. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you, doctor. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You testified that, hospitals are not in the legal business of calculating BACs. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And you'd agree that there are differences between screening tests that are conducted at hospitals and forensic tests that are done in labs, correct?
Correct.
And the purpose of testing in sort of a clinical setting at a hospital is to assist in the quick diagnosis and treatment of a patient. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And so your priorities may be different than those if you're at a forensic lab where the goal is to ensure accuracy and reliability at all costs, correct?
I don't agree, not correct.
Well, hospitals use serum tests to screen for the presence of alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that serum testing does not measure alcohol directly, but it actually measures the presence of NADH.
Correct.
And NADH is the byproduct that's created when the body breaks down alcohol.
Correct.
And the reason hospitals use a serum test rather than a whole blood test is because it's quick and efficient and you can get test results within 20-ish minutes. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
And you'd agree that NADH, which is what serum essentially tests for, can also be elevated by factors other than alcohol in the blood.
I'm not aware of that.
Are you familiar?
Yep.
Are you familiar with any medical literature that has found that NADH is created when the body has elevated either lactate or LDH in the system?
Correct. There are some issues, in our policy. There are some factors that can lead to falsely elevated or falsely lowered serum alcohol. One is lactic acid or LDH. Another one is Waldenstrom's macroglobulinemia, which is a hematological problem, and other things that can interfere with not just any tests or lipids, high levels of lipids, or hemolysis, or high levels of bilirubin. But our machines are very sophisticated now. If there are any elevations of, let's say, hemolysis or lipids or bilirubin, the Roche machines will detect that and flag it as a possible interference, or it won't even let us result a test. So with any test, there can be interferences, and I'm sure there can be interferences with the forensic way of testing as well.
Sure. So there are other causes of high levels of LDH and therefore NADH also include things like trauma, muscle weakness and loss of muscle tissue, or abnormal tissue formation. Is that correct? Have you read studies about that?
I haven't read those studies, no.
Would you agree that there may be other sort of medical stressors or things that can't necessarily be captured by the technology, but that could cause error in testing?
I don't understand that question.
Well, you testified that there can be certain errors in testing. That's something that we see throughout all different types of sort of scientific literature, which includes ethanol testing.
Yep.
And there are certain sort of factors that could cause a higher level of NADH that might not necessarily be picked up by the machines that you use at the hospital. Is that correct?
I am not familiar. I mean, if there is, it's not not a common phenomenon. Our methodology for doing many tests are based on this NADH enzyme methodology, and we've never had issues with it. I read a lot. I haven't read about major faults of our methodology for testing. Most hospitals, when we look at when we actually have to do proficiency testing with any test that we do in a hospital. So 3 times a year we get sent unknown levels of alcohol and 5 samples to be accurate 3 times a year, and we're able to look at not only our results, make sure they're correct, but we're able to look at how what other hospitals are doing across the nation. So when I last looked, and it's held true for over 10 years, maybe 20 years, is that of the, I think, 5,000 hospitals that are testing for alcohol, it's over 80% of them are using our methodology, which is the alcohol dehydrogenase and NADH. And I can't imagine if why if there were any major issues with alcohol testing using that methodology, why would it wouldn't be that high of a
as you testified, the goal in a clinical setting obviously is to test for the presence of alcohol, but you're not in the business of trying to sort of calculate BAC, correct?
No, we don't. We don't.
So your goals are to make sure that you're screening for the presence of alcohol, but you're not quite as concerned with the precise amount that you might see in, for instance, a whole blood test in a forensic lab.
Well, we result in terms of in the serum. We know the Massachusetts laws and laws across the nation are based on whole blood, but there are in the literature formulas that you can use if it were a medical legal case that one can use to convert our level to a blood alcohol. We don't do it in a hospital. We won't report a serum alcohol and then we don't do the conversion, but because it's a very rare event that that a level will end up in court. But there are forensic lab people that can provide that formula.
And when you get a test result from a serum test, that information does not establish when alcohol was consumed, correct?
Correct.
And so you're just looking at a specific point in time to say this is what the serum test reflects at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th.
Correct. Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Mr. Lally, any follow-up?
Just briefly. As far as the interferences or anything that would lead to elevated levels from your review of Ms. Reed's chart, was there anything like that present there?
I didn't see anything. No.
And the interferences would be accounted for in the sense of the machine would sort of vet them out and not result or not recorded in the chart if that were to occur. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The form of the question, I'll sustain the objection. You can ask it differently.
Sure. Dr. Fowler, with regard to the interferences that you were talking about, what, if any, impact would that have on the results being reported?
If there were the three major things that could interfere with the result, like high lipids, hemolysis, or high bilirubin, our machine would flag that, and we would have some information that our result may not be valid. And sometimes we will report a result with a disclaimer, or sometimes if those levels are so high, we won't report it at all. But in this case, there were no flags.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything, Ms. Little, or are you all set?
If I could have one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Right, just one moment, Your Honor. No further questions.
All right, Dr. Fowler, thank you, and I'm sorry I gave you such a bad
Oh,
number on
okay,
your
I'm
voice.
sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mr. Nicholas Roberts to the stand. Your Honor, may we approach just while the witness is coming in?
Yes.
Judge is like, I'm so sorry I gave you a hard time for not screaming into the microphone. Mm-mm-mm. Do we know who's next? Did they say who's next? I can't remember. I don't know what they said. Guy's gonna retire now. I like the blue suit, Karen. That's pretty. Skirt was a little short though. Oh.
Muted.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing true, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You can have a seat. I just need you to keep your voice up really loud. If you're too soft, we're gonna have to turn off the air conditioning. Everyone's gonna get mad at you.
No problem.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury, sir?
Sure, my name is Nicholas Roberts, Roberts.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed with a company called Thermo Fisher as a field service engineer
And how long have you been doing that?
since November of last year.
And so prior to that, or prior to November of last year, 2023, where did you work before that?
I was in the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the toxicology unit.
And how long did you work in the toxicology unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Since October of 2014.
Now, if I could turn your attention to prior to joining the lab for the Massachusetts State Police, can you talk a little bit about your educational background? Where did you go to school and what did you go to school for?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree in applied forensic science with a concentration in chemistry and toxicology from Mercyhurst University. That's in Erie, Pennsylvania. And then I also have a master's degree in forensic toxicology from the University of Glasgow in Scotland.
Now, after receiving your degree from the University of Glasgow in Scotland, where did you go from there?
I returned home to the British Virgin Islands, where I taught at a community college.
And what did you teach there?
Mainly chemistry and a term or two of physics.
And then following your
Okay,
teaching in the
dude
Virgin
is
Islands, where
cute
did you go?
and smart.
I was hired then at the Mass State Police Crime Lab.
Now, when you're initially hired at the Mass State Police Crime Lab, you're working initially as a forensic scientist 1, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your duties and responsibilities are, what your work looks like as a forensic scientist 1?
So a forensic scientist 1, you're essentially going through all the trainings that they provide at the lab. We do a number of different testing, mainly on blood and urine, looking for the presence of drugs and alcohol. We also do serum conversions and retrogrades. So during your training period, I started as a FS1, so that went up until I was fully signed off to actually write reports that would be issued to ADAs across the whole of Massachusetts, in which I became a forensic scientist 2.
And so what are the difference, sir, between sort of your work as a forensic scientist 1 versus your work as a forensic scientist 2?
So essentially as a 2, you're essentially fully trained and you're able to do all the testing that we do in-house. You also are able to go and give testimony based on the reports that you write, whereas in a forensic scientist 1, you're still in that training process.
And did you work essentially as a forensic scientist 2 from that point in time till the time that you left the lab in November of 23?
Yes.
Now, with reference to while you were working at the lab, was there sort of an ongoing, continuing educational component?
Yeah, so we would habitually receive articles based on different discoveries within the forensic field. So different ways they would find certain types of drugs in different bodily fluids. It's always a revolving door when it comes to drugs being discovered as well as being manufactured, what's illicit on the street, et cetera, et cetera. We would often get different articles, just research papers based on what they're doing to discover these things within the matrices that we are looking at.
Now, in addition to that, while you worked at the lab, what, if any, are you familiar with the term proficiency testing?
Yes.
Or what, if any, proficiency testing would you undergo while you were at the lab?
So we receive both in-house and external proficiency tests. Essentially, the process would be just the same. The only difference would be we'd have internal people sending us samples as if it came from an external source. And then the external proficiency testing that we receive is actually part of our accreditation. So it came in just like regular samples, and we would test it accordingly per our protocols.
And as far as the proficiency testing that you undertook over the course of your time at the lab, did you pass each of those tests?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned a little bit as far as accreditation with regard to the lab. What, if any, accreditation did the State Police Crime Lab have?
We had accreditation. It's a internationally accreditation board for forensics scientists, as well as any kind of lab in particular, and the branch that our lab would have fall under. We have a certain set of rules that we have to adhere to. Mainly, it's a standard known as an ISO 17025, but we have a different accreditation board, and they have narrower requirements because of the type of lab that we are.
It may be pretty well understood, but that as far as the accreditation is concerned, that's done through an external entity, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the lab, as far as your assignment of work, at the time that you left the lab, about how many forensic scientists were working within the lab in your toxicology?
By the time that I left?
Yes.
Oh. So within the toxicology unit, there was one more when at the time that I left.
And as far as you and sort of the other forensic scientists too, at the time that you worked at the lab, was there some sort of rotation, or how were you assigned work as it related to your work in the toxicology?
So throughout my time there, we had more forensic scientists, ones and twos, and we would delegate each type of assignments that we would look for to different types of testing. On a monthly basis, we would get a different group of tests that we would perform throughout that month, and it would rotate to the next person as the month at the end of the month. So that's how we did the testing.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to May of 2022, you're working with the lab at that time, is that correct?
Yes,
Were you assigned to serum conversions at that particular time?
I was, yes.
And at some point were you specifically assigned to a case involving a Ms. Karen Reed?
Yes.
Now, as far as a serum conversion is concerned, if you could explain to the jury sort of what goes into that process and what is it that you're reviewing or you're looking at, how is a serum conversion, what is it, and how is it performed?
Sure. So with serum conversions, usually what happens is that we get hospital results. So that would be the police or the ADAs would get results from the hospitals that whoever was attended to. We get the results, and usually hospital alcohol results they use serum in order to test alcohol. Serum is essentially the liquid portion of blood. Let's say, for instance, you fall and you cut yourself, that red stuff that comes out, that has serum within it. What the hospital does, they centrifuge it or spin it very fast in order to get the red blood cells, the white blood cells, and all kinds of the heavier materials out of that blood. And what's left is a serum. So they use that to test their alcohol. What studies have shown is that we actually tend to have a higher alcohol concentration in serum than in blood. So what that means is that due to the chemical nature of alcohol, it likes to stay in that liquid portion more than throughout the whole blood. So a serum conversion essentially is able to convert the alcohol content from that serum that we get from the hospital into what it would be in whole blood.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion in regard to Ms. Reed's medical records?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
We're all crushing on this dude. And you're right,
I'm telling
QB.
you with documents, it's
Longer he
absolutely about
talks, the more his
something.
Virgin Island accent comes out. It does. It does. Hey, Chaloon. Good to see you, babe.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to?
So this is the serum conversion report that I made, where the calculations were made on May 3rd of 2022.
And as far as the result that you received, in addition, so what kind of materials did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
We got the medical records.
May I approach the witness again?
Yes.
I apologize, Your Honor. If I could, looking for the. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 106. And directing your attention to this last page contained within this document here. Is that a portion of the medical records that you reviewed in regard to Ms. Reed's serum alcohol level?
Yes.
And if you could, what was reported in the medical records that you reviewed and using in your serum conversion analysis as far as the level?
The level was at 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And so with regard to that 93 milligrams per deciliter, I'm sorry, was there also a time that specimen was collected as far as your review of those records?
Yes,
And what was that time, sir?
it was at 9 in the morning, 9:08.
Now, as far as just in terms of the general term, as far as forensic science, what you did at the lab, can you explain what that term means or what you did in relation to that?
What do you mean specifically?
That was very poorly phrased. Let me try to restate that. What is your understanding of forensic science, and can you explain that?
Oh, forensic science is essentially a scientific study based on anything dealing with the law. So whether it comes to ballistics or DNA analysis or toxicology, like I did, anything focused or based on the law or for legal purposes, essentially that's what forensic science kind of encapsulates.
And then forensic toxicology, would that sort of be a subset of forensic science?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding based on your training and experience, what is forensic toxicology?
So toxicology in general is essentially just a study of poisons, plainly speaking. So anything that'd be harmful to the body, essentially that would be toxicology, because you also not only have forensic toxicology, but you also have like environmental. And the forensic toxicology is just, like I said, again, with the forensic science, it's just basing it on things for legal purposes.
Now, through your training experience, are you familiar with sort of the difference between a serum plasma level versus a whole blood level?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding is of each and what, if any, differences there are between the two?
So just plainly your serum plasma level, or the serum plasma is what it's called. It could be referred to as either or one or the other. So that is just the alcohol level in your serum, whereas your whole blood is your alcohol content or regular BAC in the whole blood. This difference between the two is, like I said previously, in your serum or plasma, that alcohol content would be higher as it would have been in the whole blood.
Now, as far as the milligrams per deciliter, how that's reported in the Good Samaritan medical records referencing Ms. Reed that you reviewed in this case, is that typical as far as how hospitals would report sort of the serum plasma levels?
Yeah, from my experience and all the times that I've seen serum conversions come to the lab, milligram per deciliters are the units that they use from the hospital, yeah.
Now, as far as that 93 milligrams per deciliter, what, if anything, with regard to serum conversion, what, if anything, are you then able to do to convert that to a BAC or a blood alcohol concentration?
So based on some studies, they came up with a few different conversion factors, knowing that the blood alcohol content would be higher than the serum plasma content. They're able to apply different conversion factors to the numbers that we would get in serum. And we usually get, excuse me, we usually give a low, an average, and a high, being that it's kind of hard to say what one particular person's conversion factor would be between the two of them, since it's dependent upon like age, sex, the water content, what you had to eat that day. So it's harder to pinpoint. Therefore, we give a good range as what it could possibly be pertaining just in case a person converts, or their conversion would be a lot lower or higher. So we give a good range.
As far as those different conversion factors, where do those come from?
It's based on some studies. I don't remember the actual names of the papers that were thing, but they are based on studies throughout the forensic world when it comes to looking at specifically testing blood and serum to find that conversion factor.
And as far as those studies are concerned, they come from sort of different population bases. Is that correct?
Yeah, so that's how they were able to get the range of conversion factors that they use.
Now, as far as the water within the serum, or sort of how that works with the centrifuge, what, if any, relationship does that have to The reading that you get are the conversion factors that you use.
So the water content, essentially, if the serum being the liquid portion of the blood, water is also liquid. It makes up some of that serum that you get from it. Therefore, your higher water content, more essentially, the lower the concentration could be of that, or lower or higher, depending upon whether or not your water content in that sample is lower or higher.
So as far as those different conversion factors that you're using, this is essentially a mathematical calculation, is that right?
Yes.
And so the different conversion factors that you're using for the low, the average, and the high, what are those conversion factors?
So the low is a 1.18, with the average being a 1.14, and then the high being a 1.12.
So based on your analysis, as far as the medical records, what was reported to you, using those three conversion factors, what, if anything, did you come up with as far as the low and average and high for the 93 milligrams per deciliter?
So our values that were calculated for the low was a 0.078 gram percent. The high was a 0.083 gram percent, with the average being a 0.081.
Now, sir, with reference to the alcohol that's reported in the records, are you familiar with, are there different types of alcohol?
Yes.
And can you explain sort of what those types are and what the differences are or where they come from?
Sure. So there are multiple different types of alcohol, mainly based on the number of carbons that are within that molecule. You start off with methanol, which is one carbon. Methanol you can find in like some rubbing alcohols. You can find them in many different labs. You have big, large vials of them. Ethanol, which has two carbons. That one is the common one that is in our alcoholic beverages, and it goes all the way up isopropanol, octanol, etc. It all depends on the number of carbons in the chain of it.
And the type that's reported within Ms. Reed's medical records, that was ethanol, correct?
Correct.
And so with regard to your training experience as a forensic toxicologist, you're familiar with a term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that term means and how it relates to alcohol?
Sure. So alcohol is what is classified as a central nervous system depressant, and essentially the name kind of gives it away as to what it does. Your central nervous system is responsible for essentially all your movements, both involuntary and voluntary. So the way you move your head, the way you blink, the way you breathe, the central nervous system is responsible for all of that. With a depressant introduced into the body, it affects that central nervous system, causing things to slow down. So that's essentially what depressant means. It's going to slow down certain processes that a central nervous system would be in charge of. So you can have delayed reaction times. It can cause drowsiness.
Ask another question.
How would that manifest as far as a central nervous depressant affecting the body? Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Go ahead.
There are many different effects that you could see, or side effects from having a central nervous central nervous system depressant in the body. Lethargy, sleepiness, drowsiness, unable to walk properly, any kind of any one of those tests that you see on TV from the police when they try to get your horizontal gaze and they try to make sure you're coordinated, it can affect all those things.
Now, sir, are you also familiar through your training and experience of working in forensic toxicology with a term known as retrograde extrapolation?
Yep.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term?
So a retrograde extrapolation is essentially another calculation, but it allows you to be able to calculate what the possible blood alcohol content would have been at a time prior to when the blood was drawn. Say, for instance, blood was drawn at 2, you could essentially figure out what the blood alcohol content would have been at 10 in the morning prior to it.
And that's done with the calculation as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, what are some of the types of information that you would need to know or that you would want to know in order to perform a retrograde extrapolation?
We need to know, one, for sure what the alcohol content would have been. We also need to know the time that the blood was drawn, as well as the time of the last alcohol consumption.
Now, in regard to timing, as far as what, if any, limitations are there in regard to performing retrograde extrapolation as it pertains to timing is concerned?
So when we do these calculations, anything that's shorter than 2 hours, we usually don't do that conversion.
And why is that?
Because we're built in within our calculations, we allow for 2 hours. That has to do with the way that alcohol leaves the body. If the alcohol is still being absorbed by the body, we want to give it enough time to get to a point where it's coming out of the body as opposed to increasing in the body. So that 2 hours puts the person at a point in which that alcohol be coming out as opposed to it being absorbed.
So there are essentially three different sort of phases as far as intake of the alcohol into the body through dissipation. Is that correct?
Yeah, we have usually there's a well-known kind of metabolism route to which alcohol metabolizes out of the body. Yes.
And so can you describe to the jury sort of that metabolism process as far as how it starts to its end?
Sure. So with having, let's say, one drink, what the body begins to do at that point is absorb the alcohol. Usually you get like a steady line that increases with time. So if you think of a regular chart where you have the level of alcohol in the body versus time, which would be on the y-axis or the x-axis at the bottom. As time goes along, after your first drink, the body starts to absorb the alcohol. If that was your only drink and that was it, the body then at a certain point, it stops absorbing it because there's no more to absorb and it plateaus. So essentially the line goes straight. After that point, the body starts to eliminate it at this point. And then your level or your concentration of alcohol within the body decreases with time as it's getting rid of it.
And so there's sort of the absorption phase, the plateau, and then the elimination phase. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that in the course of your analysis for retrograde extrapolation, it's important to know sort of when the last drink was. Is that right?
Yes.
And why is
it? That way we can get a good time in and figure out the amount of time that has passed between the last drink as well as the time that the blood was taken.
Now, did you perform a retrograde extrapolation analysis with regard to Ms. Reed's BAC or the converted BAC from the serum conversion?
I did.
And so with reference to Ms. Reed, as far as you looked at obviously the hospital records, you looked at the serum conversion report, what, if anything else, did you review or look at in coming to that retrograde extrapolation analysis?
We usually get a police incident report, and that usually identifies the time in which, per their narrative, what time in which they had the last drink.
May I approach the witness, Ron?
Yes.
So again, presenting you with the document, if you could just look at that on the document. Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize it?
This is the retrograde extrapolation report that I did for the subject of Karen Reed.
Now, with respect to the time that you utilized in that report, as far as when was the time that you utilized as far as the last drink or time of operation?
The time that was utilized as the last drink, it was at 12:45.
That'd be 12:45 a.m., is that correct?
Correct.
And so you're using that to sort of extrapolate from 9:08 a.m. when the 93 milligram per deciliter is reported from Good Samaritan to 12:45 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to that 12:45 a.m., what if any difference would it make if it were a little bit off of that? Say it was 12:30 a.m. or it was 1 or 1:10 a.m. What if any impact would that have on your conversion?
So we tend to go by hours. So we kind of round to the nearest, I think, 15-minute interval. So a couple minutes or 10 to 20 minutes of that 12:45, it wouldn't change the results by a lot, if any.
And similar to the serum conversion, is this done with different conversion factors as far as a low, an average, and a high?
So we usually just calculate a minimum and a maximum for the retrograde, and that incorporates some conversions as well.
Now, as far as the minimum versus the maximum, what do each of those sort of signify, or how do you come to those mathematical calculations?
So with the minimum calculation, we incorporate the 2-hour period. So we assume that maybe that 12:45 wasn't, the body wasn't at that point finished with the elimination. It wasn't in the elimination phase, so we allow it for 2 hours ahead of it. We also have a conversion factor. Once again, this is a study that was done to see the elimination rate of different people within a population, what rate they would get alcohol out of their system per hour. So we applied the lower limit, which was a 0.1 gram percent per hour, with that 2-hour allotted time interval, and then we use the lower serum conversion number, the one that was converted on the lower end. We use all of that in the calculation in order to come up with the minimum. The maximum one uses the opposite, so it uses the higher converted serum conversion number with the higher elimination rate, using the full amount of time.
And these calculations or these conversion factors are all based on sort of medical studies that you reviewed in literature that goes into your training?
Yeah, all of it was part of the training, and they came up with those numbers prior to even when I was hired there. But it is based on multiple different studies in that, looking at that elimination rate.
And so from your calculations, when it came to the minimum with regard to the retrograde extrapolation, what, if any, calculation, what, if any, result did you come from with your calculations as it pertained to the minimum?
So the minimum amount that was calculated would have been a 0.135 gram percent.
And that's essentially recording in a blood alcohol concentration, is that correct?
Correct.
And then with regard to the maximum, what, if any, result did you get from your mathematical calculations in regard to that?
The result was a 0.292 gram percent.
And so that range that you received is a bit of a wide range. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And why is that?
So we base those calculations, they're based on that conversion that I did from the hospital results from serum, giving us a good range of values in the first place, but then we incorporate the retrograde extrapolation one, which uses a time factor, and that 2-hour difference using 2 different elimination rates, that causes a wider span of values, and it's just so that it can encompass essentially anybody within the general population, that they would be somewhere in between that lower limit and that upper limit.
So essentially, from those mathematical calculations, anyone within sort of the general population with that result would be somewhere between the 0.13 and the 0.29, correct?
Correct.
May I approach this to retrieve your arm?
Yes.
Can I have one moment, John?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay. Ms. Little?
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You used a method called retrograde extrapolation to reach your sort of opinions and conclusions in this case, correct?
Yeah, it was a calculation.
And that means that you rely on an assumption that a trend will continue beyond sort of observable data.
So the metabolism is actually pretty well studied. So we know that that elimination rate, unless you introduce more alcohol into the system, it declines at that rate, and it's pretty linear.
Exactly. So in other words, certain assumptions are incredibly important for you to reach your analysis.
Sure.
And that includes sort of the timing of the very last drink that the individual had. Is that right?
Yes.
If your drinking pattern is sort of different than what you assume for purposes of your calculation, then you'd agree that your entire extrapolation would be incorrect. Is that right?
Yes, it could be.
And again, those assumptions sort of included the time of the incident, right?
Yes.
And importantly, the time of the last drink.
So those two will be what we use. It's the time of the blood draw as well as the time of the incident or last drink.
And your report acknowledges the testing that was used to obtain ethanol results in this case was not performed by the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
Correct.
And for that reason, the report and those results do not fall under your forensic lab accreditation standards.
Correct.
The Massachusetts State Police, as you testified, is an accredited forensic lab.
Yes.
And so you're required to meet certain minimum standards in order to uphold that.
Yes.
And you'd agree that those accreditation standards are different from accreditation standards that, say, a hospital lab might have.
They can be.
And do you ever work on testing within the Massachusetts State Police Lab for serum tests or whole blood tests?
So we did test the blood and serum for alcohol content at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. Yes.
And their typical protocols are to use whole blood tests.
We use whole blood or serum.
In terms of the machinery that's used with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, you'd agree that the gold standard is gas chromatography and mass spectrometry machines.
Usually with a headspace detector.
I'll let him, go ahead, you should
Sorry.
answer that.
Usually with a headspace detector, yes.
And that would detect whole blood rather than serum.
No, it just detects any volatile substance.
But you'd agree that a serum test usually, as you testified, has a much higher level than whole blood.
Yeah, due to the nature of the substance itself.
And so you kind of have to go through this extra step of trying to extrapolate, okay, how do I convert this to get to whole blood?
So what we incorporated anytime we had a serum sample submitted to the lab for alcohol testing, we actually did the same serum conversion in order to figure out what the blood alcohol concentration would have been.
And that's an extra step that you have to take using conversion factors, correct?
Yep, that's a calculation.
You're not actually testing for ethanol in the blood. You're testing for an ADH, and then you have to do a conversion to get it to what a whole blood test would just automatically show you.
Yeah, so we get the serum level, and then we convert it via calculation.
And typically in the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, you would do what's called confirmatory testing.
Yeah, so we have a screening method as well as a confirmatory test, correct? And
confirmatory testing means that you take two separate samples and you test both of those.
Essentially, well, our protocol involved testing in duplicate, but that's not always the case for the other drugs that we tested. We essentially have a screening test, which is one type of test, and then the confirmatory test would be a separate test, or sometimes even the same test, just we run the sample again.
And the reason you typically would do two tests is to ensure that there's no error in the testing.
Correct.
And that acts as a fail-safe against false positives. You
Yes.
agree with that? And it also ensures that your testing the correct sample.
Correct.
And in this case, obviously, you didn't conduct any of the testing.
Correct.
You're just assuming the accuracy of a single test that was performed by a hospital.
Objection.
Oh.
Yeah.
And so if the clinical results are invalid, then your extrapolation is going to be invalid.
Yes.
Now, we discussed a lot about sort of serum testing and conversion rates. Do you recall that testimony?
Yeah.
And you'd agree that the precise conversion rate between serum ethanol levels and whole blood ethanol levels is almost impossible to accurately predict.
For each individual person, it would be difficult, yes.
And that's because the amount of water in our blood is scientifically impossible to predict with accuracy.
I'm not aware of any kind of test that would do that. So yeah.
Because individuals are different, right?
Yes.
And so the conversions that you use are based on averages from scientific studies.
Yes.
But you'd agree that in certain instances, people can fall outside of that average range.
Yeah.
In fact, a comparison of, hospital serum alcohol levels, they range quite wildly. You agree with that?
Yeah.
In fact, you're aware that some studies show that a conversion rate from serum alcohol to blood alcohol can be as high as 1.59%.
I wasn't aware of those numbers, but yeah, it could range. That's why we give a wide range, and you could lie on the outskirts of either side.
And so that would mean that the actual blood alcohol content, once it goes through the conversion rate, would be much, much lower than sort of the average conversion rate that you relied on.
Yeah, it could be both higher and lower.
And that includes that range that you gave, right?
Yeah, it could fall outside the range.
You'd agree that the more imprecise an extrapolation is, the less reliable it is.
Yeah, you do have to base it on good, your starting blocks have to be good. So you have to know the times in which the blood was drawn, the time of the incident, and essentially what your value was for your BAC.
And the time of the last drink, you'd want to know that?
So we would put that around the time, either the time of the last drink or the incident date.
And so the more sort of unknowns you're trying to account for, you'd agree the less reliable your end result is going to be.
It could be, yes.
And you'd agree that sort of the range you gave in this case, which was 0.135 to 0.292, that's a very, very, very large disparity.
Yeah.
Almost a sort of 120% swing.
Yeah.
That would be the equivalent of, for example, predicting a child's going to grow somewhere from 6 feet to 14 feet.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's a very large number. You'd agree with that?
Yeah, there's a large range, like I said, due to the factors involved in the calculation. That's how it gets so large.
And that's because you're acting with a lot of unknowns in this case.
Yes.
Now, you testified that your retrograde extrapolation assumes that Ms. Reed reached the elimination phase of processing alcohol at or before sort of 12.
So I'm just going to say it. Sorry. I had to pause it for a minute. And this is all speculation and just, cute what ifs. I don't know if she's in a relationship. I don't know if he's in a relationship. But, you ever see those movies where the lawyer and the witness are flirting with each other and nobody really notices it but them? I have no idea. Like I said, she could be married, he could be married, or in a very significant relationship. I don't know. I'm just, I don't know. Yeah, QB says he's impressed with her. Yeah, yeah. See? All right, let's go.
12:45 a.m.
Yeah, we allow for, we start for the maximum at the 12:45, and then it would have been 2:45 for the minimum.
And so for purposes of your calculation, if Ms. Reed drank alcohol after 12:45 a.m. and before her blood was drawn at 9:08 a.m., your entire calculation would be invalid.
Yeah.
No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Straight, please. So in this instance, Mr. Roberts, you're dealing with a time of incident that was known, correct?
Yes, it was given to me that it was at 12:45.
And as far as the BAC or the serum conversion that was coming from a medical record, as far as, so that was known as well at 9:08 in the morning.
The time that the blood was drawn, yeah, that was known as well.
Now, as far as the question you were just asked, if the defendant drank alcohol after 12:45, does that include sort of shortly after 12:45, or how long after 12:45 would it take in order to affect your calculations or your retrograde extrapolation?
It's hard to say where that would have skewed it. It would have definitely caused a different time frame depending on how long after the incident or the reported last drink. If there was another drink in between there, it just shortened up the amount of time that would have been prior to the blood draw for sure.
What I'm asking is, would it have any significant impact, or would there be any difference if the last drink was, say, at 1 a.m. versus 5 a.m.?
So that'd be a 4-hour difference. So essentially, that could, given the conversion rates, that would put the numbers very different. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, so the 5 a.m. would significantly impact your calculations, correct?
Yes.
The 1 a.m., would that significantly impact your calculations?
No.
Okay.
You all set, Ms. Little?
If I could just ask one question. You said that you were given 12:45 as the time that you sort of based your analysis on. And to be
Yes.
clear, that was not something that was provided to you by my client, right?
No.
That was something that was provided to you from a police report.
Correct.
No further questions.
Okay. All right, Mr. Roberts, you are all set, sir. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay, your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm about to call Mr. Michael Trotter to the stand.
Spins, right? Bye, husband.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now herein is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
He looks like an expert to me, QB.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Michael Trotta, Trotta.
And where do you live, sir?
Sharon, Mass.
How long have you lived in Sharon?
Long in Sharon since 82.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I am the superintendent of
Actually, you know who he reminds me of? He looks like the father of the dude that Bev kept telling to speak up louder. You know what I'm saying? He's apparently the superintendent of something. I don't know what he was going to say, but he looks like the father of the dude that was on the stand a couple people ago that Bev kept telling to speak up or they were going to have to turn the fans off. Don't he? Just me? Nah? No? They don't have him listed as one. Okay. Well, I don't know who he is. We're getting ready to find out, though. Let's go.
Public Works for the town of Canton
And how long have you held that position as superintendent of public works?
since 2003.
And did you work for the town of Canton prior to 2003?
No.
Now, with regard to being the superintendent of public works, can you describe to the jury, or what are your duties and responsibilities when it comes to that work?
Typical management duties of staffing, controlling, directing, working on the budget, working on scheduling, long-term scheduling, 5 to 10 years, capital planning, overall operations, the day-to-day operations, what it takes to maintain a water system, a sewer system, the road system.
Now, with reference to, if I could turn your attention back to late January, early February of 2022. At some point in early February, were you contacted by a trooper in regard to a blizzard that had happened the week before?
Yes.
And do you recall who that trooper was, or how they contacted you?
I believe it was Michael Porter, and I believe the contact was by phone.
Now, with reference to that trooper, is that someone that you knew or you had spoken to before in any way?
No.
And prior to that date, did you know John O'Keefe or Karen Reed or anybody?
No.
And as far as anybody within an Albert family within the town of Canton, were you familiar with them? Did you know them at the time?
No.
Now, when you were contacted in that early February of 2022, with regard to the blizzard the week before, what if anything was the trooper asking you? What kind of information were they looking for?
He wanted to know what the procedure was when we prepare and staff a snowstorm.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of what is the procedure, or what at that time, what was the procedure, and what was sort of the makeup of what Canton DPW would do with regard to a snowstorm?
Well, we have the town is divided up into, I believe, 29 plow routes, several main routes, and side routes. The routes are generally somewhere between 3 miles and 3.5 miles long. And we have 30, I think back then we had 39 pieces of our own and probably 30 something private plow trucks. We try very hard to have 2 trucks on a route, but we generally don't get enough. So if we try to have a town truck on a route with a private plow on a route. The private plow is procured through a bid process. They have to have a contract. They have to have insurance, liability insurance, and they have to show that they've paid their taxes to the state and that they have workers' comp. And they have a contract with the town. Then the operations manager is in charge of the on-site, boots on the ground, if you want to call it that. He'll assign the specific truck and the private contractor to a route. Generally, the day before, maybe 12, 18 hours before, the two of us talk. We try to schedule the overtime so that you're not going home at 3 o'clock and then you're getting woken up at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning to come back. We like to schedule it so when the guys go home, they know when they're going to come back. To the best of our ability, that's what we'll do. We'll tell the contractors when they are expected. And generally, if we're plowing, it starts with a sanding operation. So we would have a sanding fleet, which is maybe a dozen trucks they'll come in early, and then the rest of the public works people come in at a scheduled time.
And so there'd be about, and correct me if I'm wrong, there'd be about 30 some odd trucks that were sort of DPW trucks?
A few more, I'm not sure the exact number, it's probably 37 or 38, because that counts sidewalk plows too. So there may be, I think there's 3 sidewalk plows, so there's probably 34 or 35, we'll say, between medium-sized trucks and the big construction trucks.
That was sort of my next question. As far as the DPW trucks are concerned, do they vary in size, or what is sort of the range and size of the town?
They'll go from a pickup, 2-ton pickup, a F-150 or F-250 Ford, if you're familiar with that, to a medium-duty 20,000 to 22,000 pound truck, up to a large construction truck, which is generally 26, 28,000 pounds.
Now,
The large truck is a 6-wheel truck.
and as far as the other trucks, the private ones, those would sort of be subcontracted out through the bidding process, is that correct?
Yes.
Would the range, as far as the size of those trucks, would that be similar or something different?
They are pickup trucks, are usually lighter pickup trucks. There may be a couple of front-end loaders. There's probably, I don't think there's any big heavy-duty trucks, but they're probably pickups, might be couple of Jeeps, pickups. Again, a medium duty like an F-350 or F-450 pickup. Those are Fords, and loaders.
Now, with respect to questions or what you were asked about by the trooper, was there a specific sort of street or plow route that the trooper was inquiring about?
I believe he asked who was down, that's Fairview, or down in the Cedar Crest area, that's what we call it. I believe that's what he asked me.
Dr. May I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document, just look at that, look up when you finish. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This would be a plow plan for that day. It's a plow plan for the season, but it is particularly a plow plan for that storm of January 28th through January 29 of 2022.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
I'm about to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
Okay.
I have no objection.
Thank you. Exhibit number 9. Thank you.
Charlie. we come to that form for you that's now been marked as Exhibit 109. Just have a couple questions for you in regard to what's listed there. So with regard to the top of the page, there's a listing as far as 1/28/2022 Boulevard, 11 p.m. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Now, what does that mean, sir?
That means that the first group of workforce, which would be the Sanders, were scheduled to come in at 11 o'clock that night.
Now, as far as the next entry going across the top of the page has 1/29/2022, is that correct?
Yes,
And as far as what's listed as WNS/BM/REC at 2 a.m., what does that mean?
W and S would be water and sewer. BM would be building maintenance. REC would be the rec, and they are scheduled, that would be the balance of the Canton's workforce. They were scheduled to come in at 2 o'clock in the morning.
And that 2 a.m., would that be at the same sort of central location?
Yes, they would all report to the Bolivar Street garage. I think that address is 150 Bolivar Street.
Now, as far as the next listing, it states contractors at 3 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And who is that referring to?
That would refer to all the private contractors that would be plowing that day. So again, it's staged.
Sort of the last sort of notation on the top of that, it indicates out at 5 a.m., 1/30/2022. Is that correct?
That would be when we completed and everybody went home.
Now, with reference to the Cedar Crest neighborhood and the area that would include Fairview Road, there's different route numbers that are assigned, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And which route number would include that Fairview?
That would be Lower Cedar Crest number 11.
And from that, that would include Lower Cedar Crest, Kings, Fairview, and Spring, correct?
Yes.
And as far as the vehicles and the vehicle types that were assigned to that route pursuant to this list, what types were they and who was assigned to?
Truck 30, which would be a town of Canton truck. That's a 43 International. Brian Lochran would be the driver. The 43 International is a medium duty truck. The next up would be 7400 International. That would be the large construction truck. And there is an absolute, a by the yard 4x6, which is I believe that's a small 1-ton dump. That would have been the private contractor that was on the route with the city truck.
And so that truck 30, the 4300 International, is that a bigger truck or a smaller truck than the 1-ton?
Then please again? Then the 1-ton?
Yes.
It's a larger truck. It's a, like a 3 to 5 cubic yard truck, and the large truck is like an 8 to 10 cubic yard dump. That's a dump truck.
And as far as the height on that International, would that be, how much would it be, taller or shorter than say a 1-ton dump?
If you want, I would estimate that if you're sitting in the driver's seat of a car, you're probably 2.5 feet. When you're sitting in the driver's seat of a 1-ton, you're somewhere around 3 feet. When you're sitting in the driver's seat of this 4300, you're probably somewhere around 4 to 4.5 feet. And when you're sitting in the big construction truck, you're another 8 to 10 inches, 5 feet plus.
And when you're driving, or when the plow drivers are plowing the roads, what, if any, sort of instructions are they given as far as how to first start plowing the roads when they first come upon sort of dropping the plows and going?
If we're in a plowable situation, which is kind of hard to define, it's generally when we feel that traffic is impeded or may not be able to safely get up and down the street. So that's probably anywhere around 2 inches. They're instructed, and we're expecting a heavy snow. They're instructed to plow the middle of the road, keep the middle of the road open. And as they make their way through the route, they're supposed to push back a little bit. If they try to clean a whole lane and then come back and do the lane again, generally they end up being in trouble and they can't keep up if it's a heavy snow. So they're instructed to plow the middle of the road, to keep the roads open as much as they can before they do their finished cleanup.
Can I have one moment, Sean?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
All right, Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you, Ron. Good afternoon, Mr. Prado. Sir, Michael Proctor called you on February 3rd of 2022. Does that sound right?
It may be, I'm not sure of the date.
It was within days of the big snowstorm, correct?
Yes.
You knew that he was investigating the death of John O'Keefe, which had occurred on January 29th, correct?
I did not know that.
Had you heard that there was a police officer who was found dead on the lawn of another police officer in Canton?
Well, I knew, yes, I knew.
It's fairly big news at the time,
Yes.
correct? And were you aware that that was why Michael Proctor was calling you related to that investigation?
After he called and identified himself, he said that is why he was calling.
Of course. Now, you spoke with him over the phone only, correct?
Yes.
He never came down to the DPW to meet you in person, correct?
Not me, no.
And he never asked to interview any of your employees, correct?
We may have discussed who was on that route and who plowed, but I'm not sure at that time if he had told me he was going to go talk to anybody else.
Oh, so it's your testimony that you may have told him the identity of the plow driver when you spoke with him on February 3rd over the phone?
I may have, but I am not positive.
You don't have a memory of him asking you who the plow driver was?
He asked, no, I don't have a memory of his exact questions.
But leaving aside the exact wording of his questions, it's fair to say you don't have a memory of him asking you who plowed Fairview Road on January 29th. Is that fair to say?
He asked me about, I believe he asked me about this plow list.
About the what? The plow list?
This plow list.
Right, but on the plow list, there's the name by the yard, correct?
Yes.
All right. There's also, to the left of that, an indication of the name of the plow driver, and it's just a first name and a last initial,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
It doesn't spell out the whole last name, does it?
No.
But you know the full last name, correct?
Yes.
You have a limited number of employees, right? It's not a 1,000-person company, right?
Yes.
All right. And you're well familiar that Brian L. is Brian Laughlin, right?
Yes.
As you sit here today, do you have any memory of whether the name Brian Laughlin was brought up during that phone call with Michael Proctor?
I may have said to him that's who BL was, but I believe I referred him to the operations manager to double check who was on plowing that day.
Okay. You say you may have mentioned the name Brian L. or Brian Laughlin, but again, I'm just trying to drill down on
what your memory is. Do you have a memory one way or the other as to whether the name Brian Laughlin came up in that conversation?
If you ask me, do I remember 100%? No.
Okay. In any case, Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, never asked to speak with Brian Laughlin when he talked to you over the phone,
He
correct?
did not ask me, no.
I'm going to allow the question and answer.
And how short was that phone call with Michael Proctor?
If I tell you, you're going to ask me, how do I know for sure? I would
Okay.
say a few minutes, whatever a few minutes is.
I'm going to accept that answer. And you would agree with me that after, and you, by the way, you were trying to be helpful, correct?
Yes,
After that couple or 3-minute phone conversation, you'll agree with me that Michael Proctor never followed up again with you personally.
that's a good question. I am not sure.
Okay. Well, I'd like to direct your attention to about a week and a half later, specifically the date of February 14th of 2022, which maybe you don't remember the precise date, but around that time period, you came into work around that time period, and you learned that a defense investigator named Paul Mikowski had left his business card for you with somebody on the DPW staff, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Yes.
I do not,
Sir, that means you,
Oh.
don't answer that question. I think he's gonna ask one that's appropriate one for you to answer, okay?
Do you recall when you came into work receiving a business card from Paul Mikowski?
no,
Do you recall calling Paul Mikowski back?
no,
Do you recall speaking to any investigator from the defense at any point within a couple of weeks after you spoke to Trooper Proctor?
no,
Do you deny telling Paul Mikowski to call Bill Walsh?
Objection.
Sustained.
Who is Bill Walsh?
Billy Walsh is the operations manager for
Is he the highway department supervisor?
yes,
Did the name Bill Walsh ever come up in your conversation with Michael Proctor back on February 3rd?
Objection.
Did that name come up when you first spoke with Trooper Proctor?
Again, I believe I mentioned it, but I am not positive.
And is it fair to say that the Canton DPW has their own plowing and sanding trucks?
Yes,
Does one of them in particular have a nickname?
if they do, I don't know what they are.
Have you heard one of your trucks being called Frankenstein?
Objection.
Sustained.
You don't drive the trucks, correct?
No, I do not.
But Brian Laughlin does?
Yes, he does.
And Brian Laughlin was driving the truck that plowed Fairview on January 29th of
Yes.
2022?
Objection.
Let me have a moment.
Yes. It'll stand. The answer will stand, Mr. Long.
Let me just have a moment. Sure. Can I approach
The witness or the sidebar?
the witness?
Yes.
Sorry. Do you have reading glasses as well?
Well, I have, yes,
Are you able to read the exhibit that you have in front of you?
yes.
Terrific. I'm handing you another document, sir, and I would ask if you would compare that document with the document you have in front of you and tell the jury if it's the same document or not.
It appears to be,
Does it appear to be identical?
yes.
I will take the one back that does not have the exhibit sticker on it. Thank you, sir. And I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor, but may I just retrieve the exhibit?
Yeah. All right, Mr. Trotto, you are all set, sir. Thank you very much.
All right.
Sweet little
Have another
feller.
witness here, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth to call Mr. Louis Jutras to the stand.
Don't know who this guy is. I was fully expecting him to pull up the Laughlin dude. Bum, 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 bum.
Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. I take the stand.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Louis Jutras, Jutras.
And where do you live, sir?
Stoughton, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Stoke?
About 23 years.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I work for the town of Canton. I'm the manager of the Information Systems Division of the Finance Department.
And
The
how
what?
long have you been
I'm
doing
sorry,
that?
what was the last part?
Of the Finance Department.
Thank you.
And sir, how long have you held that position?
Almost 25 years.
Now, if you could explain to the jury, just as far as your job is concerned, what does that relate to, or what is it that you do as a director of professional services?
Sure. So my responsibilities are for the municipal departments and all the technology associated with that.
And does that include everything sort of from cell phones to GPS in town vehicles to security systems, things of that nature?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your department, how many people work in your department?
There's 3 of us in total, myself and 2 others.
So you essentially supervise the other 2 people as well?
Yes.
Now, at some point, if I could turn your attention to around the time of January 29th, 2022, some point after that, did someone from law enforcement or from a police department reach out to you in regard to security cameras or camera systems within the town of Canton?
Yes, I received a notification from the Lieutenant Gallagher that there was a motor vehicle incident in town, that the state police would be looking for some video footage.
And so you received an initial notification from Lieutenant Gallagher telling you that the state police will be reaching out looking for video.
Correct.
And at some point shortly after that, did you receive any sort of, did anybody from the state police reach out?
Yes. Trooper Donna reached out. We had a phone conversation. We had email correspondence relative to dates and times. We had pulled some footage from one site in Pequaside Farm that was put together. And then after that, there was a request for anything facing Washington Street, either from Town Hall or from the library.
And so as far as what was relayed to you by Trooper Dunn, what was sort of the description, or what was it that you, were they asking just specifically timeframes, or did you get any other information as far as what you were looking for?
From what I recall, there were 2 different timeframes, between 12 and 1, and then between 5 and 6. That was in our discussion and correspondence relative to Town Hall.
And just to be clear, that's from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. and then 5 a.m. to 6 a.m.?
Correct.
Now, as far as the Pequaside Farm, describe to the jury sort of what kind of location that is, or what kind of town property is, and where it is in relation to the town.
Yes, so the physical area is off of Pleasant Street, which intersects with Washington Street, closest to Dedham Street and the police department. That's a large area, big white house, and we have cameras that, face the entrance, the street, and the surrounding building.
As far as the coverage from those cameras, have you had occasion on this occasion or prior occasions or subsequent occasions to look at sort of the view that the camera gets from Peckwood Side Farm?
Yes, yeah, we have a straight shot down from the building, down the entrance driveway, right to the street. The other cameras that are around there's a couple of doorbell type cameras that physically focus on specific sections, and then other ones cover the general grounds around the building and the backside.
All right, so can I interrupt for a minute, sir? Could you please spell the name of the farms?
Yep, Pequiside, PequitsidE.
Thank you.
Sir, Mr. Jutras, is it fair to say that the Pequot Side Farm cameras cover more of the property and less of the street out in front? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that was the initial request was in regard to Pequot Side, is that correct?
Correct.
And so the subsequent request, what was that in regard to?
That was for anything town hall or library that physically faced Washington Street.
And so the town hall and the library, sort of where are they situated in relation to each other and in relation to Washington Street?
Yep, so they physically abut on either side of Washington Street, right at the intersection of Sherman. They are diagonal to each other.
Now, as far as the recording devices or the cameras on town buildings within the town of Canton, are they sort of uniform or does it vary from location to location or vary within the location?
The physical model of the recorder, as far as the manufacturer, that is the same that we have across 15 different sites. The types of cameras do change, interior, exterior, doorbell, things like that. But all the actual recording units are of the same manufacturer, just different sizes and models.
And as far as the town hall and the public library cameras, as far as the exterior cameras at least, they face in that area of Washington Street and actually capture portions of Washington Street?
Yes. Yep.
Now, as far as the cameras are concerned, particularly the exterior cameras that we're talking about as far as the library and the town hall, how are they sort of set up to record? Is it one continuous recording? Are they motion activated? How are they?
Yes, the cameras, based on size and so on, they are all set up for motion in pretty much all of our locations.
And as far as from your review of those cameras, is there any sort of indication on the footage as far as date and timestamp or anything like that?
Yes, we usually have it in one of the corners or someplace along when we have the video saved off and exported.
And when you were able to pull the video that the troopers were requesting, the date and timestamp affixed to those videos, was that accurate as to what the date and timestamp actually was at the time that it's recording?
Yes, I would believe so.
And sort of those date and timestamps, you know where they come from?
The system is linked to a time server, which is remote and is used from the national standards.
Now, as far as the video is concerned from those, they're motion activated, but how far back do they go as far as how many days pass before, does it get sort of overwritten at some point?
Yes, depending on the site, most of them, because of the motion activated, because of, various request types and so on, and the number of the cameras, we usually try to get about 30 days. There are some that go longer because the site is or isn't used as much. And then there are other ones where, specifically with the library, they only requested to have a maximum of 30 days on that device.
And so when you received this request from the troopers, that was well within 30 days, is that correct?
Yes, yeah, because we're talking February 7th for the last request.
Now, as far as the video that you exported, well, let me ask you this. As far as when you were asked to retrieve that video, can you explain sort of mechanically the process, how you got that video and how you delivered that?
Mhm. Yeah, so specifically for the town and the library one, that again, timeframe provided, using the manufacturer's software product, doing the search, picking the cameras that are facing the Washington Street side, and then having the time frame and exporting that out. That becomes, depending on the size of it, either a full executable that can just be opened and viewed, or a combination of files that has a player with it. And then based on the fact that we had already put videos together and that material was picked up, I had sent a file share link for that information.
You had sent that file share link to Trooper Dunn, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the video that you reviewed, were you sort of parsing or were you looking for specific areas, or did you just sort of take the whole time period requested and send that off?
As far as I recall, it was the whole time frame, just because we only have 2 cameras or so that physically cover the area in question, and he had 2 separate hours in question as well. So they were able to be exported and sent.
Now, as far as this particular video, this is video only, correct? There's no audio that's attached to these cameras?
Correct, no audio.
Now, as far as access to these cameras and the footage within the cameras, who, if anyone besides yourself, would have access to remove any sort of footage from the cameras?
No one.
Now, sir, before we get to the camera footage specifically, I just want to ask you about another area.
Mhm.
In relation to, also within sort of the ambit of your duties and responsibilities would include GPS on town trucks, correct?
Yes, Public Works has a setup via their radios for GPS information.
And so with regard to that, specifically the DBW trucks,
Mhm.
what, if any, information did you receive from anyone at the DBW in relation to those GPS devices within the trucks shortly after the snowstorm from the 28th and the 29th of January?
Yep. So on February 1st, I received notification from the operations manager that the GPS information was not working.
And so you received information after the snowstorm that it wasn't working during the snowstorm, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as that, as far as GPS sort of going down in the DPW trucks, is that abnormal, or how often would that occur?
Yes, it happens several times throughout the year for various reasons. They have a radio repeater. It's connected through a network. It runs software on a server that we have in-house. Server's rebooted, network goes down, things that change for various reasons, and we need to reestablish connection to whatever recorder it is for that repeater, and then the information is then picked up.
Now, taking you back to the Canton Public Library video that you provided to the trooper, were you told anything about sort of any type of vehicle or anything to be looking for within that particular video timeframe that they were asking about?
Not that I recall.
Did you recall ever actually watching the video yourself as far as confirming sort of what it was?
Yes, I mean, I watched it from the time frame to see that we had information, watched it just to move forward to the end to make sure there was information, and when the recording, was physically available. But what was in it? No.
May I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a disc, just ask you to, as far as that video from the Canton Public Library, you've seen that video subsequently, is that correct?
This disc with the wording on it?
Yes.
No, I have not seen this.
Not that specific disc, I'm sorry, sir, but the footage, have you been shown that particular video footage, or did you review that footage before you gave it to the troopers?
this is not mine to the trooper.
Understood. Got Mary approach.
Okay.
He's not being literal. He's not being literal. Literal. Ay, ay, ay. Patricia, the same words came out of my mouth whenever I heard that about the GPS thing. And I didn't even see your comment because I had my glasses off and my head down looking at my cross stitch. But literally, when I heard him say the GPS was not working, I was like, I literally said out loud, oh, how convenient. How convenient. Isn't that convenient? Isn't that convenient? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Okay. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right, so you both agree that this will be the next exhibit?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that's medical sidewalk.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, so the parties agree that this is the next exhibit, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Thanks.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would just ask to briefly, publish
Done.
portions from those.
Hold on. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the first video portion from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. Mr. Jutras, from what's up on the screen, you understand what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And as far as the view from this camera from the library, is that correct?
Correct.
And so as far as what we're looking at here, this is the view from the camera as you observed it on the security camera and as you provided it, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, sir, do you have is there a laser pointer up on the desk?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with this area as far as the area of Canton?
Yes, yes. Town hall is right across the street.
And I'm sorry, I stepped right over your words when you were saying that.
Yeah, so town hall is right across the street. And the intersection here is at Sherman, and this is Washington, the longest street that you'll see.
So Washington sort of runs parallel with the street, and then Sherman is the street that appears to intersect with Washington.
Correct.
In the area of town hall.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So if you could take that down and just put up the flag to the system. Again, sir, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is this essentially the video that you provided to the troopers or retrieved from the Canton Town Library from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. later on that day of January 20th?
Yes, sir.
And the orientation as far as Washington Street, Sherman Street, that's all the same in reference to the earlier, the camera hasn't moved.
Correct.
Thank you. Take that. I may have one moment, Charlie.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jutras.
Good afternoon, Attorney.
So confirming the state police, when they contacted you, asked for 2 hours of video footage, right? Between 12 and 1 a.m. on January 29th and between 5 and 6 a.m. on January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
You pulled that video footage, or at least arranged for it to be pulled for the state police, correct?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony was that you checked the beginning time and the ending time to make sure that you had the right time periods for those 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
But you did not sit down and watch 1 hour of snow falling and/or cars driving by the public library, correct?
That is correct.
Didn't
I
do
did not.
that for between 12 and 1 or between 5 and 6?
Correct. I did not.
And at the time that you provided the video footage to the state police, did you know whether or not there was any missing footage within those 2 hours?
No. Because again, I did not play every single second of the video.
Understood. It's fair to say, and you're certain, that you did not cut out any of the video footage in those 2 time periods, correct?
Correct. It's motion activated. That's the only piece.
You provided the state police with the raw footage as it existed in your possession at that time, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, you knew that the raw footage was only saved for between 30 and 60 days?
That one is less than 30, yes.
Right. Now, as of early February, when you were dealing with the state police, you knew that Karen Reed had been arrested and charged in court, correct?
I do not recall if I had that information.
You knew that there had been a police officer found dead on the lawn of another police officer in Canton?
At that time in February, I believe so.
And that likely would have been discussed when the state police called you?
I do not recall the conversation other than asking for video footage for Washington Street.
And I'm sorry, sir, if you could just keep if I can't hear you, I guarantee you that these last jurors can't hear you. Could you just repeat that last question?
Yep, again, when in the conversation with it, we had the dates and the timeframes, and anything else relative to it, I do not recall specifically the conversation.
Okay. So you don't have a memory of why you were being asked for this?
Correct. I know it was for a motor vehicle accident. Who and what, I do not recall if that was ever mentioned specifically.
Okay. And you would agree with me that as the IT director, you have the ability, if you wanted to download the footage onto some hard drive to preserve it, if you wanted to do that?
Yes.
Did any state trooper ever ask you to download and preserve that footage so that it would exist longer than that 30 to 60 day period?
No.
And so it's fair to say you did not do that, correct?
Correct.
You complied with what they asked you to do.
Yes.
Now, skipping ahead to April 6th of 2023, you were contacted by Michael Proctor, a state trooper investigating this matter, correct?
I do not recall.
Do you recall Michael Proctor asking you to provide to the defense in this case the same raw footage you had previously provided to the state police?
No.
And you don't recall telling him that you couldn't do that because after 30 to 60 days, footage is gone, correct?
I had a phone call with what I thought was Trooper Dunn asking for another copy of the data and telling him that I did not have it and I couldn't recreate it.
I see. Oh, so you were saying
if it was Proctor, but no, I thought I was speaking with Trooper Dunn.
Trooper Dunn was the name that you remembered from February.
Correct. That was the first interaction I had.
And when they mentioned state police, you assumed it was the same state police trooper, correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that once you shared the footage with the state police in February of 2022, you didn't control what they did with it after that, correct?
Correct.
And you have no personal knowledge about how they preserved it or didn't preserve it, correct?
I'll allow it. Do you have any idea?
No.
And one last question. You cannot testify about whether any video was removed from the footage after you provided it, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
Nothing further, thank you.
You follow up?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you are all set. Thank you. Another witness.
I do not, Your Honor, no. Maybe approach just on.
Oof, that was a nothing burger. Margaret's over here singing Schoolhouse Rock songs. Oh my goodness. Hey, Margaret. Patricia says, me too, QB. About the smoking gun. QB says she hopes that Lolly has a smoking gun. And Patricia says, me too, QB. Because all I'm getting from this is that the GPS just happened to be broken. I'd love to see if they even kept a log of it, issues like that. I'm guessing not. Well, like you said, I mean, that's like an reoccurring thing. Reoccurring thing. Let's see if they have anything further because they're getting ready to be done for today. I think he said that he didn't have any other witnesses. Is that right?
So
You are unmuted.
in fairness, I didn't tell the lawyers that I was hoping to go until 4:30 today. And I understand, as sometimes happens with law enforcement witnesses, they get called away. So that's it for today. Now, next week, I would like to go as much as we possibly can on the days that we're here for full days. So Monday is a full day. I would like to go until 4:30 if everybody can, with the shortened lunch hour. Tuesday, we're not in session. Wednesday is a full day again. We'll go right till 4:30 with the shortened lunch. Thursday is a half day, maybe even closer to 12. And Friday, we will not be in session. So those are dates that we gave you before. So we will get as much done as we possibly can during that period. Okay, so those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. You've got a few days off. Just disregard this case. Don't think about it. Leave everything here and have a great few days. We'll see you next month.
All rise for the court, please. You're involving, please.
Absolutely, QB. They're never going to finish this at this rate. So why are they not in? See, now I forget. I forget now. They said they were not going to have trial 2 days next week. Does anybody remember? Because I did not write it down. I didn't hear the hear ye part today, Margaret, now that you mention it.
If it, for scheduling, I will actually see you over here for scheduling.
So Monday, I think she said they're going to go all day. Tuesday, they're not in court. Wednesday, all day. Thursday, half day till noon. And then Friday, no court. Tuesday and Friday is when they're out. No court Tuesday or Friday. Okay. No court Tuesday or Friday. Jeez Louise. Yeah, they're never going to finish. Patricia says it's not fair to the jury to have so many days off. Nothing is going to be fresh by the end of it, right? I mean, it's like they go this entire week with nothing except for today. They're off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, come back Monday. And when they come back Monday, they're going to be like, wait, who did we even hear from last week? I don't even remember. Right? Jeez. Exactly, Margaret. You got things to do. They need to. Mm-mm. They need to get with the program. Speed it up a little. Gee, long sidebar. I'm trying to just skip through. Yeah, there ain't no more skipping. We're live. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. So, okay, I guess the rest of this week, what we will do is stream Daybell. Friday, Friday morning, I have a doctor's appointment. So I may have to just wait and stream in the afternoon. Or maybe like around noon. Margaret says Lemonhead is probably closing tomorrow. Yeah, probably. Well, QB says I think closing arguments are tomorrow. Yeah. Goodness gracious, can you believe it? So on the rebuttal, have they already finished their rebuttal? Did they rest? Because I haven't watched anything for Daybell today. I mean, we might have to find something else to watch because at the rate that the Karen Reed trial is going, geez, you guys, it's like they started out not strong out of the gate with these half days on Tuesdays and Thursdays, right? And then they just like, let's skip today. Let's skip today. Let's skip an entire week. Boyce didn't allow a couple of the rebuttal witnesses. Ooh, who did he not allow? Who did he not allow? I know he wasn't going to allow someone that Lori, or not Lori, that Tammy worked with.
Court, all rise. Court stands adjourned.
All right. We waited for nada. All right. Well, I guess QB says the one friend that was going to testify to the life insurance for sure. Yeah, that's the one I remember him saying no to. The other one was one of the investigators, I thought. Could be wrong on that. I feel like he said that that one could. Or maybe he had to do some research over the weekend to see what he was going to allow. For either Kaya Kamanu or however you say his name, or the other one. What was the other one's name? Okay, he allowed it. Okay. Okay. Can you look for me, QB, and see are they still in session right now, or because if they're going to be starting closing arguments right at the very beginning of tomorrow, um, mm, Henny, I would love to. I'm just trying to gauge it because it's already 4:15 p.m. They're done? Okay. Let me go look real quick and see if we can like 1.5 it. Let me see how long the stream is. Um hmm. Live. All right. If they're done. Oh, part 2. Let me go back then. Why was there a part 2? Day 30, part 1 is 2 hours and 30 some minutes, but we can speed that up a little. All right, let's do it, you guys. Let's do it that way because if here's the thing, if they're going to start out of the gate tomorrow morning with closing arguments, I'm going to want to watch that like live. I don't know that I can that cuz if I wait and do speed watch Daybell what we missed today tomorrow, then that's going to suck up time and then yeah. Oh my goodness, you guys. And think about it. Think about it. How long do we think jury deliberation is going to take for Daybell? How long do we think jury deliberation is going to take? They get their closing arguments in tomorrow and then they do the jury instructions. Tomorrow will be Wednesday, so they would have Thursday, Friday to deliberate. Yeah. I don't know. What do you guys think? How long do you think deliberation's going to last? All right. Let me go over here, get into StreamYard. Let me go into because I've got day 30. Let me put speed watch on here. Speed it up a little. Speed watch. All right. What time is it right now? 4:18. Let me put 4:20 p.m. Public save. All right. Now, view on YouTube. Copy. Let me go over here. Patricia says at least 3 days. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking a couple or 3. I don't know. That one may take quite a while or it may come back quick. I don't know. All right, hold on. Let me put this in the chat. Let's go speed watch Daybell. All right, there's the link to Daybell. So I've got it scheduled for 4:20, which is right now. I'm going to turn this stream off, start that one, and I'm going to put the beginning streaming soon music video loop at the beginning. So I can run and make a cup of coffee and potty. Check on the kiddos, and then I'll be right back. We'll be right back into it, okay? So please make sure to give this video a thumbs up before you leave, and we'll see you in the Daybell lane, okay? Life in the fast lane. We'll see you over there. Thanks, guys.